Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has agreed to hold talks with Chief Justice Martha Koome and the two speakers of Parliament following the sustained attacks on the Judiciary in the past 2 weeks. Speaking in Nandi County, Ruto said that the conversation should encompass all relevant stakeholders.
Mimi nataka nimwambie Madam Chief Justice, mimi niko tayari. Mkutano kati ya executive, judiciary, legislature, our leadership, the leadership of the executive, mimi nikiongoza. The leadership of the judiciary, ikiongozwa na Chief Justice. The leadership of the legislature, ikiongozwa na speakers wetu. I am ready for the conversation on how we are going to deal with vested interests, with incompetence, and with especially corruption.
This is Azimio leader Raila Odinga now says that Chief Justice Martha Koome holding talks with President William Ruto will mark the beginning of the judiciary getting compromised. Speaking in Vihiga, Raila noted that there's an active case in court that the executive has appealed and a ruling is set for Thursday next week.
Sasa huyu jaji mkuu Madam Koome anasema anataka kufanya mazungumzo na Ruto. Hiyo ni mwanzo ya kuregesha kamba. Hakuna haja ya mahakama kufanya mazungumzo na Ruto. Mahakama imesema ya kwamba kama wewe ukubaliana na uamuzi wa mahakama, wewe fanya kata rufaa. Tayari there is an active case in court.
His statement has been backed by Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who has asked the CJ not to agree to meeting with Ruto.
So there's nothing to negotiate, absolutely. And I would be very disappointed if Chief Justice Koome was to fall for that obvious trick and fall into a trap. These institutions are clearly set out under the Constitution. Their responsibilities and mandate are clearly elaborated. And we actually say enough is enough. Please leave the judiciary alone.
Police have arrested the Nigerian national suspected of murdering a 20-year-old woman at an Airbnb in Roysambu. The suspect is said to have escaped with the lady's head and phone after dismembering her body. He was arrested while attempting to leave for Abuja, and the Federation of Women Lawyers have come out to condemn the increased cases of femicide in the country, as well as blaming of women who have been killed. FIDA CEO Ann Ireri said they are deeply concerned by the increasing instances of violence against women and girls, particularly the recent gruesome murder of Standard.
The loss of life of these young women counts not only to statistics, but also sets a very worrying and disturbing trend, uncertainty for the safety of women and girls in Kenya in general. Whereas FIDA, we commend the National Police Service for their efforts in the timely apprehension of the suspect in the Wahoo case, we still remain very concerned about the long-standing state's failure to protect women and girls from this type of violence, which in most cases occurs in private spaces by perpetrators who are well known to the victims.
And Tourism and Wildlife Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua has now directed owners of accommodation facilities to ensure they are licensed in adherence with the Tourism Regulatory Authority laws. In a statement, CS Mutua raised concerns over the recent cases of deaths at private accommodations, saying the government will move in to regulate them in order to safeguard the public, while expressing regrets over the failure of some facilities to take responsibility. He underscored that his ministry would ensure any non-compliant owner faces the law. And the Tanzanian skies are all clear for Kenya Airways just hours after the Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority suspended the national carrier from flying in its airspace in a tit-for-tat move. In a statement signed by Hamza Johari, the Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority Director General, the ban on Kenya Airways that was to take place from January 22nd has been withdrawn after Kenya heeded to their demands. Tanzania blocked Kenya Airways from flying to Dar, citing the reciprocity dispute after Kenya refused a request for a cargo flight operations by Air Tanzania Company Limited. Following the ban, Kenya and Tanzania announced that they had committed to resolving the row with Kenya's Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi and Tanzania's Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation January Makamba, saying they had spoken on the matter. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. You know, sweating is biblical. Good. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. You know, because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia.
It's Wednesday and we're in the middle of the week, and what's happening on the streets? Not much, actually. Usually when we talk about traffic, we're looking for hold-ups here and there. Nothing held up at the moment. It looks like you're all right getting into the city. Coming in from the Thika Superhighway, not much traffic at this point. We're likely to see a clog-up of that later. So then if you're coming in from Gong Road, we know we had an issue yesterday, but it looks like it'll be all right if you leave early. If you're coming off Mombasa Road, you're looking good as well. Everything is just starting to open up, and we'll see how Wednesday pans out. Let's talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. How are you doing? It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock on the what day of January? The 16th of January. And here we are kicking off Kenya. It's the 17th. That's what I said. The 17th of January. Kicking off Kenya's biggest conversation with you this morning and getting into it. How was your day yesterday? The last part of the afternoon. Hope everything did go well. And here we are, Wednesday. Nous sommes ici. En français, we are here.
Maman.
Maman. Nous sommes ici, maman. Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Ça va?
Ça va bien.
Tu vas bien?
Kabisa, kabisa.
Et toi, Titi?
Titi?
Yes.
Wewe pia uko nous sommes ici?
Mimi nimesikia toa.
Umesikia tu toa?
Toa, ndio ameniambia mimi niko toa.
Uko toa?
Yes. Very good.
And that I understood. Yes, I am also toa.
Very good.
Which I suppose means I'm fine.
Yes.
Na wewe ndu uko mzima?
Niko poa sana.
Na wewe Eriko uko mzima?
Mimi niko mzima pia.
Hiyo ni maridadi kabisa.
Nashukuru Maulana.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is good.
Mambo iko bien.
Mambo iko namna hiyo. Life goes on.
Life goes on.
Yes.
Yeah. If you say so.
I do say so.
Homestawi.
Yourself, homestawi.
Life goes on.
Life goes on. La 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 la. Life goes on.
Maisha yaendelea.
Maisha yaendelea. Sisi unisaidie na pen.
Unataka rangi gani?
Let's see how am I feeling today. Black. I did things. I was taking some notes yesterday and then failed to. Merci bien, monsieur.
Unaona kalamu iko poa?
Ama nataka ile ambayo inatumia ink.
Tu es très gentil, monsieur.
Umesema nini?
Sasa uko très.
Très très gentil.
Ulikuwa toa vile uliingia.
Sasa
umempatia kalamu
niko très.
Uko très.
Wait and see what happens by 7 o'clock. Live it up, man.
What retro?
Everybody, good morning. Welcome to the Situation Room this lovely Wednesday morning. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing. 7 a.m. Femicide in Kenya. Where did we drop the ball? We've seen these cases of, young girls that have been killed in short stay rental apartments. People are saying Airbnb and this. Okay, yeah. We have started calling, it's like calling Matatus Nissans
and Colgate
and Kiwi and Omo. But Airbnb are like people, buana.
Not us.
When it's positive, it's okay. You can use the Airbnb. But now, in negativity, hapana. Anyway, Patricia Andago is a researcher and data journalist at Odipodev, and Mwende Mukwanyaga is a culture analyst and editor at the same organization, Odipodev. They've been working on some data on cases of women being killed, and they'll come and share that with us and what they've found out so far. That is at 7 in the next hour. The Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is the former Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, party leader of the Wiper Democratic Movement. He will be joining us at 8 a.m. Kalonzo has said 2027, this
Inside.
one. Inside. Okay? Max 20 years since he first ran for president.
Wow. Talk about staying power.
Yes, sindio?
Yeah.
Hapo. hapo. He will be joining us at 8 a.m. this morning. Let's talk about his party, Wiper Democratic Movement Party. We'll be talking about the Azimio coalition. We'll be talking about national politics and what's happening. We'll be talking about politics of the entire country and also Kenya and the region. You see, he calls himself the foremost diplomat when it comes to peacemaking. And if you look at today's headlines, you'll see maybe Kalonzo will have 1 or 2 or 3 things to say about Kenya and its standing in the region. He'll be here. We will talk to him. You wait, listen. If you have any question, though, you can actually post the questions on our social media. What would you like Kalonzo to tell you? Sindio? Namna hiyo. Haya. You're online. You know you are. Do like that. Say hello. CT, Ndu, Eric, Ednah. Also, pass on some salams to Ednah. Is Yego there? I have not seen him. Bado kidogo? Okay. Usisalimia Yego. Chana na yeye. It's 16 minutes after 6. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather
this morning is 17 degrees, highs of 24 and lows of 16. It's cloudy at 16 in Nakuru, going to highs of 26. We'll see lows of 16 and 13 and clear in Nyeri with highs of 25. 13 and clear in Eldoret with highs of 22. And we're looking into a mostly cloudy Mombasa at 26 with highs of 33. Malindi is cloudy at 27 with highs of 32. And into Kisumu is partly cloudy at 20 with highs of 26 and lows of 19. 18 and clear in Kakamega with highs of 26 and lows of 17. We're looking into a clear Kampala at 21 with highs of 28 and lows of 20, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is cloudy. It'll go to highs of 31. Johannesburg is cloudy at 17 with a chance of thunderstorms later, highs of 24 and lows of 12. Mogadishu already sunny at 26 with highs of 33. It's 10 degrees and clear in Addis Ababa with highs of 24. Partly cloudy at 24 in Lagos with highs of 34, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly clear Kinshasa, currently at 23. 1 degree and cloudy in Beijing Wednesday afternoon with highs of 2 and lows of -4. It's 0 degrees in Paris, a heavy snow with highs of 7. And looking into a cloudy London at 0, we'll see highs of 3 and lows of -4. There's a special weather report advisory for New York. It's -5. We'll see highs of 0 and lows of -7.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Says, good morning. Utawala is locked. Even Sintabo says, Wakire. Okay. Don Sabwa. Good morning, CT Eric Ndu Ednah plus Diego. Okay. Is the judiciary dialogue on onslaught a sign of weaknesses? Guess what he's telling you in Malawi this morning? Weakness is kufuka. Kufuka.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
CT, say kufuka.
Say kufuka.
Okay. Josegi says, good morning, tuned in from my sickbed. Oh no! What's wrong, Josegi? Well, we're sending you love and light and hope you get better. Strength to you. Sebit Yusuf says, good morning to everyone from Dubai. And he's asking me, explain this life, no balance. Oh my, no balance. Oh. Not a funny something at all.
No balance.
No balance at all, at all.
Okay.
Joel Odondi Kasim says, good morning, Kansas City. We're at -20. Hey. Let me ask you, Eric, this morning,
-20 what?
Degrees, centigrade. Are you feeling cold this morning?
Centigrade or Celsius?
Okay, sorry, Celsius.
Celsius.
You know,
Are you feeling
-20.
My brother.
Who knows?
Are you feeling cold this morning? Now here in Nairobi?
No.
A bit chilly?
No.
Nothing?
Not really.
Okay.
Yesterday was chilly today.
But it's been cold.
It's been cold. Now that cold you've been feeling has been 17 degrees. That's 17 above zero. These guys are 20 below zero.
And the instruments of measurement are okay.
They've even closed schools in some parts because they're not allowing children to go to school because they said this is ridiculous.
It's madness.
Hey.
That's madness.
People are pouring hot water, boiling water in Canada, and it's freezing mid-air.
Hey.
This life no balance.
And how long does this thing last? This winter thing?
This is the worst of the winter, actually, from December to January into parts of February. Yeah. It starts to thaw in around March.
Okay. There's a place called Yakutsk in Russia. It's minus 42.
If you thought, let me tell you, that cold is like glass is cutting your skin. You feel like little pieces of glass just doing like this over and over and over again.
Right now,
it's very hostile weather.
Right now in Yakutsk, Russia, it's minus 38 degrees as we speak right now. It feels like minus 39. Like there'd be a difference.
Like, oh, I can feel it significantly colder. Really? I'm frozen.
It feels like minus 39. Are you sure it's 38?
It could be 39, actually, now that you mention.
Sure.
Are you kidding? So, in a slightly warmer Manchester, so George Gashoridi says, good morning. Joy Salome. Good morning, Watu Wanguvu. Jennifer Etenyi says, good morning, my Spice family. May wisdom prevail in our judiciary. The Constitution cannot be compromised. All right. Amaya Okoh says, good morning, tuned in. George Okoh is tuned in as well from Miami, Florida. And Meshach Jenga is tuned in from Canada. He says, he can't even put a correct sentence together. It's just cold.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, man. Felix Bosira is tuning from Eldoret. And good morning. Keep praying for our nation, says Sami Lidania. Good morning, Ndu City, Muga, and Eric. Good to see you all watching from my warm abode in the middle of a huge freezer in Alabama. Johnston Asava says, receiving you loud and clear from a small town on the Tanzania and Kenya border called Taveta. Have a wonderful day. Robert Tobago is tuned in this morning from Mombasa. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, Spice team. Ndu Eric Muga, thanks for good work. Joining from Portland in Oregon. And Eddie Odur, hey, good morning. Finally, the DPP has confirmed criminal charges against a rogue Kisi politician who thinks he's above the law and can do anything illegal. I'm happy. Okay. You're happy in the morning for a change. It's good. Morning, Wadao, tuned in from Ture, Mombasa. Abdikadir Hawadle says, good morning, Spice, tuned in from Garissa. Rise and shine. Spice FM tuners, another day dawns and I'm already primed for your witty takes and sharp insights. Bring it on. That's Karanja and Jihia. Charles Wawero says, good morning, CT Eric and Ednah. And Andrew, looking forward to a great show. Jeffrey Mogaka is tuned in as well. So many people online this morning. Let's see if we can get through them. Solomon Oluoch, Stanley Jacob, Nia Mudhoni, Paul Momanyi says, good morning. Why are we having Kenyans with our neighbors during this regime? Willie Kitala bringing us love from Mombasa, and Real Karaoke is tuning from Ontario, Canada, where it's also frozen. Daniel Jaroge says, good morning from Gavanga in Kiambu. Peter Katam is also tuned in. He says they're at 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh, that's below zero for sure. Show Kila Mahali. The Kikombe is tuned in. Cipia Zachary Odio, Oliver Tambo, as well as Goodyear says, hi. It's -1 in the Isle of Wight, fresh water. Have a great show.
Why? City?
Yes, please.
Do like that.
Okay, do.
Today's pidgin proverb is...
We are in the Republic of Nigeria.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria, please.
We are in the presidential federal... What did you call it?
Oh, that thing, my friend, is not just
federal, just like that.
Yes, federal. No. It is many things. But for now, let us focus on the independence.
Okay.
Remember I said yesterday that one of the things we want to look at is when you talk about a federal presidential constitutional republic, that's what I'm referring to.
Federal presidential constitutional republic.
Yes, that is now.
Of Nigeria.
Yeah, US has to full credentials. Hakuna half measures. Okay. They have, in the legislature, they have a national assembly. And they have a Senate like us. And then they have a lower house of representatives. That is what they have.
Wait. So it's tricameral?
Huh?
3 levels of the house.
3 levels.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't play with representation, man.
Hey.
No. And by the way, when you say federal, it's actually federal. Those what do you call them? You call them counties?
States.
They've federated themselves.
Those governors are powerful people.
Quite.
Very, very powerful. Very, very, very powerful. Let me talk about independence briefly. It was in 3 stages. It used to be, there was a Northern Nigerian Protectorate. This is from the UK. UK had decided this is part of their, whatever it is that they had in those days, 1900, January. Southern Nigerian Protectorate, same time. Then unification. For those who didn't know, there was a unification of Nigeria. This took place in 1914, okay? Then declared independence as a sovereign state. Sovereign. That is 1st October 1960. Then when it was declared republic, that is 1st October 1963. All right? Just so that you understand. We talk of a 2010 constitution. They have a 29th May 1990 constitution. All right. Let me go to proverb. Please forgive me, those who come from this wonderful country. I am going to do my level best to pigeon this thing, but I have my assistant do here who will then do justice to my broken pigeon. Okay? Jollof rice.
Hey!
Way day for bottom of pot today, go day for top of cooler tomorrow.
Top of what?
Cooler.
Yesterday it was today is in bottom of what? Way they get bottom of?
Jollof rice. Way day for bottom of pot today.
Okay.
Go day for top of cooler tomorrow.
You done very well. Jollof way day for bottom pot today. Go day for top of cooler tomorrow. I removed some of the words because it's just sweeter.
I don't know. You said it correctly.
Have you ever tasted bottom pot jollof rice?
I don't even know what jollof rice is.
Don't disregard it. City abomination. Don't disregard the rice at the bottom of the pot. Okay, maybe I've just given my explanation for the but actually that's how we say.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
Ati, it's
very sweet. You can think it's burnt, whatever. People want to throw it away.
That one.
Actually. Then if you leave it till tomorrow and you eat it, oh my Lord in heaven.
So what's cooler?
Oh, cooler. Okay. Pot is hot, cooler is cold. So it could be the place that,
once you remove it from the fire, is when you can get to actually the bottom of it. No condition is permanent.
Disregard me today, but I will be your sustenance tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sawa basi.
Sawa.
Jollof rice. Niyo ni pilau njeri.
Yeah, bas. Pilau njeri.
Pilau njeri.
Pilau.
Paella.
It just reminds me, I went to somebody's house over the weekend and they have two cats called Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, it's just so random.
Watch it too, sir. See, they're his cats.
I just thought it was funny. This is Tom and Jerry.
Me, I'm good. They're his cats.
Jerry.
It's all right.
Hey, sawa.
Okay.
Headlines.
Ruto's many battles. Apparently, he has many. President William Ruto has begun on a warpath, taking on neighbors, institutions, and anyone whom does not agree with him. He has always made his feelings, and anyone whom he does not agree with. He has always made his feelings known, much to the chagrin of his victims or opponents. Experts contend that as a symbol of national unity and African statesman, he should pursue dialogue. So we look at the many people that he started to fight with. Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, of course, Sudanese leader Suluhu Hassan, Felix Tshisekedi, Uhuru Kenyatta, and Yoweri Museveni, as well as Martha Koome. Those are the people that they say he's having battles with here and there. Shakahola cult will look into that. Mackenzie to face murder charges. Finally, charges are being brought against the man. Let's see if they will stick.
Go on.
Breathe.
You go on. You continue.
Union irked by demands on teachers. Really? Unions at this time irked? How? Kenya's troubles with neighbors. That's on the front page of The Nation. President William Ruto's government has been on a collision course with its East African neighbors on several occasions since assuming office in August 2022. Some of his administration's decisions on trade and politics seem to have rubbed them the wrong way. What is he going to do?
What?
Club party before death. 10 people, including the owner of a nightclub and hospital guards, quizzed over doctor's killing. Another doctor died. Teachers versus students. Inside LSK battle for male representatives at the JSC being the Judicial Service Commission. Ruto Raila clash over Judiciary's call for dialogue. Many clashes, huh? What's happening? Let's look at tickers. NIBS founder Lizzie Wanyoike, the fear of the village and its debilitating poverty sets her for greatness. It's a tribute to her. It's sad to see her go. Man arrested at JKIA over brutal killing of a woman at a city estate. Again, looking at this whole issue of many people dying in this manner. US polls, big win in Iowa moves Trump closer to a Joe Biden rematch.
Okay.
Public universities employees' arrears climbed to 43.33 billion shillings. And the petitioner wants court to block higher NSF deductions.
Okay. The Business Daily. Railways tops list of state firms bleeding taxpayer billions. The Kenya Railways Corporation topped the list of state agencies and semi-autonomous entities whose losses crossed the 1 billion shilling mark in the year ended June 2023, highlighting their increasing burden on taxpayers. A Treasury report shows the Kenya Railway Corporation made a loss of 33.5 billion shillings in the 1 year that ended June last year.
Good grief.
33 billion shilling loss. The Roads Annuity Fund follows at 12.81 billion shillings. Kenyatta National Hospital 3.51 billion shilling loss. Kenya Power 3.41. KEMSA 3.13. Kenha Levy Fund 3.09. KRA 2.48 billion shillings loss. I'm wondering, these things when we say that the KRA has made a loss, for example, what does that mean?
I wonder. Made a loss or did not collect as much as they would have wanted to?
Is that a reporting issue?
Because what have they lost?
Because they're talking about, it's a KRA report that shows a deficit or loss in billions.
In terms of collection? Because they're not a commercial entity, so how can they lose?
I don't know, man.
They didn't meet the target?
Because even the Kenha Levy Fund, when we say the fund made a loss of 3 billion, what do we mean?
A reporting issue, perhaps?
And then there's Kenha itself with 2.33. Probably, because there are those that we could say are trading entities, KPLC, Kenya Railways Corporation, Portland.
But Kenha is not.
Kenha is not.
KRA is not. I think it's target here being used synonymously with loss, isn't it?
Probably something like that. Another headline, universities employee arrears rise to 45 billion shillings. Guy.
Meaning that is money they were supposed to have been received and they haven't received it.
Yeah, right. Unpaid wages to university employees stood at 33.5 billion shillings in the review year, accounting to slightly more than half of the total pending bills. Treasury to eat bank's lunch with single account. This is, the cabinet met on Monday, and one of the things that the cabinet resolved is approval of the implementation of the Treasury single account, setting the stage for a consolidation of government finances that are scattered across many bank accounts under the name of various agencies and ministries. Basically, what we are saying is, you are a state department, you are a parastatal, you are a state-owned entity. You don't go at and open at now, let's say this roads thing, this NTSA. Until they have their own bank account, you at KCB, and they have another bank account at Cooperative Bank. Operating, they operate their own account. No. All of those are going to be all into one account. Then this now, they say, is going to help manage the single Treasury single account. Is either one or a set of interlinked accounts that a government handles for the financial and transactions of its agencies. The purpose of a TSA is to give a central authority, mainly the National Treasury, full visibility of public finances and control over these finances to improve the speed and transparency of budget execution. Sometimes you may find that the National Treasury is going to the market to float a Treasury bill or bond, and it's looking for 2 billion shillings. And you find there's an agency like Kenya Pipeline that has 5 billion shillings sitting in an account.
Doing what though?
Yes, the thing.
That's the question.
It's for its operations, yeah. But if the government is going for a 90-day T-bill to look for 2 billion shillings to run its operations, could it have gone to that account?
That account to get it.
Yeah.
And then replace it later. Good question.
You know? So those are the headlines. City?
Yes,
The Star?
top right-hand corner into green. Laying the ground. Kalonzo sets stage for epic 27 battle with President Ruto. This is the story on page 6 of the Star. Ruto team and governors clash over 272 billion. Age row has erupted between the national and county governments over functions worth 272.2 billion shillings earmarked for devolution. The Star has established that the national government, especially ministries set to lose functions and billions, have bitterly disputed the planned transfer of the roles. The story was on page 4 and 5. Water everywhere. From village girl to top educator and investor. This is the same story of Lizzie Wanyoike. Now, this is a heartwarming story of someone who literally pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and who achieved phenomenal success. Yes, this is one could even argue a rags to riches story.
Absolutely.
Very, very heartwarming. Yes. Compromise. Raila warns CJ as Ruto welcomes judiciary talk. What is the warning? Raila has said the planned meeting between the two arms of government is a plot to compromise the judiciary. That is according to the Star. Then bang in the middle of the paper. How cops nabbed fleeing hacksaw murder suspect. The story is on page 2. When you read the story, they say still being detained, certain things to be determined. CC footage at the center of what made it possible for this gentleman to be nabbed. Whether he is the one or he is one of the ones, we are yet to determine. Movements traced using footage from CCTV surveillance cameras on buildings on the route it's thought he took from the scene. Then there's a lovely picture here of a KWS veterinary officers trying, they were actually locating a rhino. This is a story of how they translocated 21 black rhinos to Loisabak Conservancy. This is in Laikipia. Okay? They heaved and pulled and finally translocated 3 rhinos. That's the started. But in total, they translocated 21 rhinos to
21.
21.
And they arrived safely.
They arrived from this picture, not only safely, this rhino doesn't look very happy, but it's okay.
I can imagine.
Yes. Well, I don't really know what a rhino looks like when it's happy, but
from Nairobi National Park. Remember, they've said Nairobi National Park is a breeding ground for rhinos.
They did, because there, poachers are a bit limited. Yes.
Also, there's something that there's in the water or in the air.
In the air, in the shrubbery.
So
that makes they eat.
It makes the rhino.
And then it also adds so that they can.
It becomes rhinoceros.
Both of you are ill.
22 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start
Not
your
too much
day.
of that this morning in terms of traffic. A little bit of it coming off the Thika Superhighway. We're going to see that build up as you get towards the Pangani underpass. Coming in from that outer ring junction, traffic is bumper to bumper in some parts. Service lanes, they're still there. You can use them. It'll take you into the city much quicker. Kiambu Road, not much happening here. Free and clear all the way through and through. They say, it's mweh. What do they say? Mweh. Like that. All the way on Kiambu Road out into the CBD. Westlands has some traffic here and there. But again, nothing holding you up. Haile Selassie has been busy the last couple of weeks. Not quite sure why that is, but there's a lot of transport happening right there. So in and outbound traffic right around Haile Selassie coming in from railways has been the thing. If you want to avoid it if you can and use other avenues to get into the city, go the long way. Enterprise, get onto Mombasa Road because it's free and clear through and through on Uhuru Highway into the CBD. Think about that. Use it. Let's talk in a short while. SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, Mackenzie, 94 others to face charges for murder, terrorism and torture. This is on
murder,
terrorism and torture. himself and 94, making them 95 in total. It's on page 6 of the Standard today. The DPP says he's satisfied with the findings of the 9-month investigation by the DCI. So, they're holding hands, working together, all good things. Magistrate has given state 14 days to either charge the cult leader and his alleged co-conspirators or release them on bail. So this story of non-release on bail, etc., magistrate says, come on, guys, chop. After nearly 9 months of investigations, controversial Pastor Paul Mackenzie and 94 other suspects linked to the Shakahola massacre will now face charges for murder, terrorism, and torture-related crimes. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Benson Ngunga, approved 11 charges against 95 suspects that the state alleges were behind the death of followers of Mackenzie's Good News International in Shakahola in Kilifi County. The DPP said that he was satisfied with the findings of the 9-month investigations by the DCI. So, according to him, upon thorough analysis of the evidence, the DPP is satisfied that there is sufficient evidence to prosecute 95 suspects with the listed offences. I'm not even going to read the rest of the story. I'm going to stop right there and say,
there's sufficient evidence.
Read this quote. You said today 17th of January.
Yes.
It is. 17th of January, we have been told that there is sufficient evidence. Now remember, the threshold for sufficient evidence in a court of law is that which surpasses any reasonable doubt. Remember? And we're talking, and it is in murder. And one of the charges is what? Murder. So, the evidence that you bring, that evidence has to convince us that you tell us like this, we don't even think twice. We know. Bam.
Okay.
Guilty.
Terrorism.
So let it not be
same
for terrorism as a capital offense in Kenya. Right?
And he's also charged with terrorism.
Yes. Murder, terrorism. Torture, not so high on that threshold. However, they've told us that the evidentiary threshold, according to the ODPP, has been what? Has been met. And now they can prefer what? Charges. Let nobody or their mother's uncle come and tell us tomorrow that actually
the evidence
that we thought we had been able to maybe consider to Ghana,
we didn't really have
it. What has the magistrate said? 14 days. We're giving you 14 days. You either bring it or you tell this man that he can go home while you continue doing whatever you're doing. Let me give you some numbers. 600 is the number of families that have registered their missing kin with the government and the Kenya Red Cross Society. 600. 429 is the number of bodies exhumed since last April when investigation started. This is the fiduciary responsibility that the ODPP and the DCI have right now. That these individuals whose families have been put into this turmoil, you cannot then come and say that it should be some kind of wishy-washy case that you bring forward. You have to have airtight. You have to be able to bring it. If not, don't waste the time of this man. Call him an animal, call him whatever you want to call him. Don't waste his time. Don't waste the time of 600 families. That's what I'm saying.
Kithure is still digging up that
There's
piece
still
of land.
Exhumation is in phase 6.
Absolutely. So first of all, Kithure has to explain a lot. What has he been doing for over 11 months now? It's going to 11 months, right?
Yes.
Saying that you are phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of exhuming bodies. All right. And then, so the DCI took that long to come up with evidence.
Yeah, they had to collect, things.
So what you'd want to know what evidence this would be. Maybe one of them would be the report from Johansen Odwor that shows the cause of death here was strangulation, was blunt force trauma, which shows that there was foul play in the death of this person.
Also witnesses.
And then now get witnesses that say that these 95 people were directly involved in the death of these people.
That had it not been for their activity, these people would not have died in the manner in which they did.
And if you're charging them with how many? 345 counts each.
429.
429 counts. Then you have to go one by one. This is person number 1. This is how suspect 1 was involved in the murder of person 1. Suspect 2 was involved in the murder of person 1. Suspect 3 up to suspect number 95 was involved in the murder of person one. Then let's go to two, up to three. Ini bangi.
The potent one.
Hey.
Well, by the time you have these, that seems to be not just a door, not just a window. Even the roof was blown off here. This one is an opportunity for this thing to be thrown out.
Yes, now.
These
95 to face charges of murder, terrorism, and torture in the cases of 429 people who've turned up dead. Are you joking?
You know, we've had situations in this country in the not too distant past where people were in court because it had been said there was sufficient evidence. Otherwise, there would have been no case to answer. N'est-ce pas?
C'est ça.
Yes, and then what did we see? Suddenly, the evidence was not evidence. Where you have someone in the office of the DPP saying, a witness whom they have brought now, they don't actually want to question. Witness, they have brought.
Yeah.
They have brought their own witness. They see no need to question their own witness in such a case. So now we are being presented with yet another scenario of something we're supposed to believe that we're actually going to see justice being done.
In this particular one.
In this particular case.
Just think about what the DPP has done with the cases of terrorism. For example, the Dusit. Yesterday was the commemoration of Dusit.
Yeah.
Okay? 2019 was the Dusit attack. People were taken to court. Not the ones who entered Dusit, because those ones died in Dusit.
Yeah.
It's those who were said to have been involved in the planning of
the attack.
Piecing the pieces together and showing that this person was involved with a guy that ended up dying called Gishunge inside Dusit. They were together. They communicated. That has taken so long for this case of Dusit to happen. Now you tell me that you're going to say Mzee so-and-so whom we arrested was involved with Mackenzie, was involved in the torture, murder, and planning for the death of what? This one? Let us see.
Let us see.
Do you know,
if
you read those charges, you know they fit the category of, if you look at the definition of what is referred to as crimes against humanity, it fits.
Yep.
What they've just profiled, what they've just told us there. So why aren't they charging this gentleman with this person with crimes against humanity? These are many people who died.
They are.
These are lives. People who had hopes. These are children whose lives had not even taken hold and begun. Anyway. Right.
That one. Hey. As we talk about those bad stories, let's also talk about this one then. The DCI yesterday arrested a man believed to be the main suspect in the murder of a woman whose body parts were found dumped inside a litter bin in a building on Thika Road Mall in Kasarani. Thika Road Mall Drive in Kasarani. Two other people linked to the brutal death of the woman, who was a student at a local university, were also arrested yesterday. The Nation has established that the public alerted the police that a man who resembled the main suspect was at JKIA, leading to the arrest of the foreigner. The photos of the man and a video were shared on social media. He had been captured on CCTV footage as he entered a mini supermarket on TRM Drive, where he picked a key to a short-term rental house that he had booked. I like what they're now calling it, a short-term rental house. Good. The suspect is a foreigner, but officers are yet to establish whether he's a suspect in the murder of the student or not. Investigations are still ongoing. That's what a detective told reporters. Immediately after he was arrested, the suspect was driven to Kasarani police station but was taken to an unknown destination moments later. Neighbors of the short-term rental house were also taken in for questioning, but they were later released. A police source informed the Nation that it has been established that the woman was murdered inside the bathroom of the short-term rental house. It's suspected that the killer used a hacksaw to cut the woman's body into pieces.
Good Lord.
There were no signs of struggle in the house. We highly suspect the murderer drugged the woman before he ended her life. The suspect used fake documents plus a phone number registered under the name of a woman whom he booked when he booked the house. Yesterday, the family of the woman camped at the station where they positively identified the clothes the deceased was wearing on the day she was killed. The family was informed that they'll have to wait until the fingerprints of the woman are positively matched. To date, the woman's head is yet to be found. Hey.
Oh my goodness. You know what they say? I mean, it sounds so brutal, but it just that one you see a death like that, that's something that's called an attack of intimacy, because to get so close to do that, you've been in close proximity with the person. A gunshot from far away, you're done and you don't have to be in close. But this is someone who was close to this woman in one way or another. But the brutal nature of it then begs the question, what happened? Is there any justification for why you would do something to somebody else in this manner? And why do we see such brutality in this murder?
Again, of concern is this isn't the first incident that we're hearing or reading about. What is actually happening? What are we seeing really? Yes, there is a story of this lady who met her death and was chopped into many, many pieces. We see this. This is horrible, horrifying. But what are we really seeing?
And
what does this portend?
And more numbers are being reported. More numbers are being reported. Are they linked to each other?
Those are the questions that I'm asking myself because
what I hear, the direct link here, what you can see, the similarities are, number one, short rental stay. Okay? For example, with this one and the South Sea one. Okay? And the possibility of intimacy. Others, I'm not sure I see.
I don't see
this one. This one is particularly.
This was different,
gruesome and detailed,
and deliberate,
and very, very deliberate.
Yes, it's like they set out and they knew what this. There was a purpose to this.
And it was It's almost premeditated.
It's not almost.
It's definitely.
It's definitely premeditated
and planned in detail too.
According to using fake documentation to book the room, obviously having come in with whatever item they used to chop off the pieces, whatever they used to drug the woman, putting her in a bathroom, doing it, packing her up in bags, taking them downstairs, leaving. This is...
leaving her head somewhere else.
And then taking the head wherever it has been taken. This is clearly premeditated. Well planned. So you tell us the story.
There's a story in the Business Daily. Okay. How will the Treasury single account work? It's a story on page 3. The Cabinet nod on Monday set stage for consolidation of state finances under a plan that has been in the making for more than a decade and identified as one of the solutions to resource leakage. On Monday, the Cabinet approved the implementation of the Treasury Single Account, TSA, setting the stage for a consolidation of government finances that are scattered across many bank accounts under the names of various agencies and ministries. The TSA has been in the making for more than a decade and having been identified as one of the solutions to leakage of public resources, bank, which makes it hard for the government to effectively run its budget plan. Again, bank. Moving to the bulk of government finances into a single account is bound to have implications for the ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, and the banks that held 5.09 billion deposits from the national government and other public sector entities by June 2023, equivalent to 10.4% of the banking sector's total deposits in the period. TSA is one or a set of interlinked accounts that a government handles for the financial transactions of its MDAs. Okay? The purpose of the TSA is to give the central authority, to give a central authority, mainly the National Treasury, full visibility of public finances and control over those finances to improve the speed and transparency of budget execution. Bank. In addition to efficiency in cash management, a TSA also cuts administrative costs for the government by eliminating the fees and charges associated with running multiple bank accounts. And then it goes on and on and on and on and on to explain. But it doesn't tell you what this does. When you have one account, one, it means an individual or a group of very small people will be given the absolute control of all the finances you can think of in a country. And they are saying this will give you efficiency.
Yeah.
Central bank is one.
It is.
There are no two central banks.
It's one.
Yes. Now,
even in the laws of Kenya, the National Treasury is one.
One.
Okay. And the National Treasury is in charge of PFM, the Public Finance Management.
All of it.
Okay. Now, go on.
I don't understand what they're saying.
I think I get a bit of what they're saying, and I glean from what they're saying from an explanation that I saw Mohammed Uliye posting on Twitter. Mohammed Uliye works for the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He was in the central bank. He was the vice president of the central bank, and now he's an advisor to the Monetary Authority and others.
He's an advisor to the kingdom.
He says he was involved in the setting up of a TSA in Saudi Arabia. And what that does is it gives the National Treasury proper visibility of the funds at any one time that the government has. Because you see, these are government funds. Money in NTSA is government funds. Money in Kenya Seed Corporation is government funds. Money inside the consolidated fund at the central bank for the National Treasury is government funds. But now at some point, the National Treasury does not know how much money today at 3 p.m. the NTSA is holding. NTSA is running accounts with several banks.
Saudi is a kingdom.
Imagine.
Not a democracy.
With a lot of money.
So much money, you can't even count it. Okay? Now, it suits the form of government that they have. Everything that is being said in theory sounds really good and sounds very useful. Unfortunately, our lived experience does not support this particular view.
Our lived experience, CT, I'll tell you, is where when you have all these people who are running their own accounts, you actually now have zero visibility of what they're doing. If today somebody at one of the state departments, not state department, let's say one of the agencies of government, has operating an account with Bank A, they are the ones who negotiated the opening of that account. Okay? They are the ones who would know how much money is in that account on a daily basis. They're the ones who can even have a conversation with the bank on how they're operating that account.
They're the ones who have the conversation with the bank.
So each of these accounts is attracting fees for operating the account. When the money is in all these other places, how do you know that an official in the finance department of that is not withdrawing some kidogo cash, trading with it and returning
You actually don't.
You don't know.
But the same question will be asked of this single account that we're speaking of. I'm simply saying this. If you read what is being said, you understand the argument and you can actually see the logic behind it. Why I talked about lived experience is simply this. One of the ways in which you exercise absolute control, is a method of this nature. Where you may have all these entities, whether they are called independent, whether they are called parastatal, whatever they are called.
Yes.
They cannot budge without your nod.
Yes. And they shouldn't.
Oh, unfortunately, I disagree.
That's what our law says. They shouldn't.
No.
They should not.
Then why is it independent?
What?
Why are the institutions independent?
Which institutions? They are not independent. They are government institutions. They are only semi-autonomous.
Let me ask the question again. Why are they then called independent?
If they can't move without the say-so of the go-ahead.
And if the only thing that's independent is the Office of the Controller of Budget, the Auditor General's Office. These other things are not independent. KENHA is not independent.
The judiciary is independent.
You see, the judiciary is different. The judiciary is independent, but the judiciary operates a fund called the Judiciary Fund.
Eric.
Tutaendelea. Time for the news.
Yes.
7 a.m. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Central Organization of Trade Unions Secretary General Francis Atwoli has waded into the graft war between the executive and judiciary, saying the country's workforce is fully behind the courts. While defending the courts against accusations of graft, Atwoli called for sobriety in the issue, warning that it could erode investors' confidence and credibility in the justice system. This comes the day after Chief Justice Okoh warned that the onslaught against the judiciary by the two arms of government was a recipe for chaos. In the last couple of weeks, President William Ruto and his cronies have trained their guns on the judiciary, accusing some judges of graft while issuing court orders that were affecting capital projects. And the office of the DPP has slammed controversial Pastor Paul McKenzie and 94 others with 10 charges following an ultimatum by the courts to press charges or set them free. DPP Renson Ngonga noted that his office had sufficient evidence to press charges against the 95 who are alleged to have played a major role in the Shakahola massacre in Kilifi County that claimed the lives of more than 400 people. The charges are related to murder, manslaughter, radicalization, cruelty, child torture, and facilitating the commission of a terrorist. The Kenya National Union of Teachers has called on the Ministry of Interior and Education to arrest Mumias East MP Peter Salasia for unrest in the schools over poor 2023 KCSE results. Speaking in Mombasa, NAT Secretary General Kalonzo Musyoka for the call on TSC CEO to protect teachers from such individuals.
My sister, Dr. Nancy Masharia, take action. And we don't want to see any of our teachers going back to those institutions. And take time before you even post teachers to such institutions. Let the public learn that Kenya is guided by law. And we are all law-abiding citizens. We shall not sit back as a union as we look at and watch our teachers and our members, of course, being frustrated in places of work. This one must stop, and it has to stop forthwith. We shall not condone.
Corporate Secretary General Akila Misori, in his part, said that the performance of the child isn't fully dependent on the teacher, as the student and parent also have a role to play.
It is not only the principal, it is the learner, it is the parents who have to cooperate. It is the MP who has to build a laboratory. When you go to Isongo, you may realize that with the 850 students, they may be having just a structure in the name of a lab, but there are no facilities. So how do you expect research to be produced? How do you invert TSE there?
3 Chinese nationals are in police custody after being found in possession of 11.9 tons of assorted copper and another 13 tons of copper that was about to be exported. According to Kenya Power, the suspects assembled the seized copper from stolen and vandalized transformers across the country. A multi-agency security team is said to have been trailing the illicit copper business that has left several homes without electricity. And Kenya truck drivers have found themselves in a tricky situation following a standoff between Tanzania and Malawi. The transporters have threatened to paralyze transport activities at the Namanga border after Tanzania blocked their trucks ferrying produce from Malawi. The move follows a diplomatic row that has been simmering between Malawi and Tanzania, with the bone of contention emanating from Malawi's December 2023 move to ban unmilled maize imports from Kenya and Tanzania to mitigate the spread of maize-lethal necrosis disease.
A row between Malawi and Tanzania, they should resolve it on their own ways. I don't see where Kenya is coming from in this diplomatic war.
Magari yaliyozuiliwa na Konde upande wa Malawi hayana haki ya kukaa hapo kwa sababu sisi tunajua sheria za transit.
There is a transporter who this moment is incurring a loss. Much as they are conveying cargo for another person, he's also incurring an extra cost because of a cargo with a container that is being charged on a daily basis.
Tunaumia kwa ile boda, juu hata gari yangu nimeacha kule. Ndio garau nikuje nione familia, kule pesa nimeishiwa, matajiri wanaumia, mizigo inaharibika.
Tanzania hit back at Malawi by blocking transportation of cargo destined to Kenya at the Malawi-Tanzania border in a decision that has crippled operations of the transporters. And the Anti-Counterfeit Authority and the Pharmacy and Poisons Board have signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at strengthening the war against counterfeit trade. The MOU comes at a time when an influx of counterfeit pharmaceutical products continues to pose a threat to public safety. Emergency contraception, malaria drugs and beauty products are among the most counterfeited products in the country, according to ACA. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, there's traffic on the Thika Superhighway. It's coming in heavy into the CBD this morning, all the way from the Outer Ring Junction. Service lanes, use them because they help you out right about now. And where there was no traffic on Kiambu Road, it is there now, bumper to bumper, through towards Muthaiga Square, heading out into the CBD. Limuru Road is busy, and traffic on Wednesday has come with a force. Here we are on Ring Road Westlands, traffic out towards Consolata, very, very busy. And also coming off of Waiaki Way, out through towards that area is also busy as well. Mombasa Road not looking too bad. See, hits up on Capital Centre, and then it's going to slow down a little bit, heading out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Haile Selassie still continues with the normal traffic that we've seen for a while now, and it's busy at that City Stadium roundabout coming in from Jogo Road. So all to watch as we get into traffic hour this morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X and trying to keep things moving this Wednesday.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Wednesday, wherever you're tuned in. It's the 17th day of 2024. We're on. We already passed halfway. Hurtling towards the end.
End month in New Year. I can see it.
The 40th day of January is coming. Very, very soon.
Yes.
Haya. City.
Yes, please.
Ati Maramoja taxi, when you go to, you Google.
Gogo.
Or you Gogo. But then the best thing is go to your App Store or Play Store.
Yes.
And then you search for Maramoja taxi.
You actually find Maramoja Transport Company.
And then you'll download the blue one.
The blue app, the apps, but there's a blue app. That particular blue app is the one that will now transport you in the direction of the Maramoja taxi services. Yes, and once you do that, you'll be asked, of course, the usual thing. You want to apply, you want to register.
Yes.
Simple enough, name, phone number, email address. And as Ndu would say, voila, you are now able to utilize the service. But the joy, this is my experience, is you then proceed and you are confronted with several pictures. You scroll of individuals, you are told the name of the driver, the vehicle they are driving, and it's a picture almost the size of the phone that you have, the screen of your phone. And where they are, the length of time they'll get. When you call, they call you back. Or if you don't call and you've hailed the taxi, they'll call you and say, are you in this place? Yes. What time do you actually want me to arrive? And you say, I'd like you to be here this time. When they get there, they also tell you, we have arrived. Send a message and call. But of significance, when you begin that process, you'll be sent 2 codes. One, you will later realize, is a code that you will use to begin the journey, because the driver will tell you, could you please give me the code number so that I can start the journey. When you end the journey, you also ask to give yet another code.
Like that.
Yes, and if you're chatty like I am, you'll get chatting with the driver and ask him, so how are these services? And they'll tell you. Now, what I've been told by the drivers whose services I have used is that this app pays them the best of all the apps they have. So I took the view they have many apps, but they said this one pays them the best.
Pays them the best.
Yes.
So please download Maramoja Taxi, the app today. Get using it, and you'll enjoy the ride. Plus, the drivers will earn more. Plus, if you use the code SPICE30, your next ride, you'll get a 30% discount on what the fare will be.
Doesn't stop
30% discount. And that 30% does not mean that also the driver is deducted 30%. No, because these are the apps you'll hear, ukona promo, guy, nimelipo 120. A place that was 1,200. Nope, the driver will still earn what the driver was supposed to earn. Spice 30 is the code. We have two ladies joining us for our next conversation. Patricia Andago is a researcher and data journalist at Odipodev, and Mwende Mukwanyaga is a culture analyst and editor at the same institution, Odipodev. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Karibuni sana. Now, before we move on, I want Ndu to tell you what we've been talking about. School fees.
Go to the shop, man.
All right.
Give Mwende this one, City.
All right.
The big one. Here.
There you
Today
are.
I'll give you the small ones.
Okay. I will adjust. Now,
Give Patricia one. Let her touch and feel.
Yes,
look at it very well. What do you see? You see this logo on the kiwi tin, right? This yellow one, happy things, right? And you see the starburst. These are the things that we want folks to look for when you go to buy kiwi in the supermarket, which you're going to buy today. Yes, say yes.
Of course.
Okay. Very good. Now, when you buy this tin, you look at the starburst, and then you're going to take your phone, and you can see there *459 *5#, right? You'll take your phone, you'll dial. Follow instructions. Then you pop the lid. Under the lid, okay, don't pop the lid now. But when you go to the supermarket, excuse me, and you pop the lid, you pick the thing, there'll be a code under the lid. Now, when you dial that number,
Bless you. You enter the code.
You enter the code, right? Instantly, you win airtime and you win data.
Wow.
Right off the bat.
Amazing. Okay.
Right? Then you immediately enter a draw. Every week.
On top of the data.
Imagine.
Wow.
On top of the data. And every week, 4 people are winning 35,000 shillings. It goes directly to school fees.
Wow.
So you can do it for somebody else.
Nice.
It doesn't have to be you going to school. It can be somebody else you know going to school needs a school fees. It'll put a dent in your debt, like I like to say, if you have this school fees. $35,000 takes care of uniform, takes care of all these other things that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Because you went to the supermarket, because you bought kiwi, and because you followed instructions. Say yes.
That is so useful.
No, say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. City.
Yes.
See? Ladies,
We're getting
every
the hang
week,
of it.
City goes into one African country and then he digs up proverbs from that country. And he comes and gives us a proverb a day, okay, from that country. This week, he's in Nigeria. And Nigeria, they speak pidgin. So he's got pidginated proverbs. He'll give it to us in City's pidgin. And then we'll get it from pidgin. And your job will be to translate it from pidgin to English, and then you give us your interpretation.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
Okay.
Let's go, City.
Right. I have to ask to be forgiven the speakers of this particular language. I'm about to desecrate this particular language, but let me continue anyway. Jollof rice, way day for bottom of pot today, go day for top of cooler tomorrow.
Wait, what?
Jollof rice. Way day for bottom of pot today.
Yeah.
There you go.
For top of cooler tomorrow.
Okay, let's tell them what jollof rice is first of all before I say it. Jollof rice obviously is rice. It's a kind of rice that we make, right? It's delicious. You've had it, right? You know what I'm talking about.
It's Pilau and Jerry.
No.
Pilau and Jerry Pro Max.
Let's not start the rice wars.
I know, right? Jollof rice, where day for bottom of pot. Huh? What did you say?
There you go.
Jollof rice, way day for bottom of pot today, go day for top of cooler tomorrow.
Okay, jollof rice, way day for bottom of pot today, go day for top of cooler tomorrow.
Yes.
In English, Patricia?
Wow, let me let me.
It's actually what you think. No, it's what you think.
It's actually like the rice is at the bottom of the pot today, but will be on the top of the cooler tomorrow, right? So that in English.
Just what
I'm trying to think of what the deeper meaning could be.
Let me give you some context. Also, for jollof rice, usually they say if you don't burn the bottom of jollof rice, you've not cooked it properly. But that jollof rice, the burnt part, it's at the bottom, but it's delicious. Go.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah?
No, just say what comes to mind.
I think it's just like something that is really valuable or really like delicious today could be very different tomorrow. Could be in a very different position tomorrow.
Good. Okay.
This reminds me of a TikTok sound, which is life is like rice. Don't judge people. So that the rice at the bottom will come to the top, right? And so that sound just says, when I don't judge people, life is like rice.
Amazing. Wow.
Life is like rice.
Life is like rice.
It's white.
And it's small little pebble-like pieces.
And it burns and sticks on the bottom.
Yes.
That's life.
Yeah. That's life. Let's first start by understanding your organization, Odipo Dev. What is that?
We are an advisory, culture, and media agency headquartered in Nairobi, working across Africa. Yeah, so we do a lot of work to do with research and data journalism.
Okay.
Yes.
What is Odipo? Are
these
these initials? Who's Odipo?
That question always comes up. So the founders of the company, Odanga and Sama, had a friend who they went to school with, who really inspired them to live, extraordinary lives. He always said, like, don't live an average kind of life. His name was Odipo. He passed away, and so they named the company after him.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. That's you're a culture. What and what?
Media. We're a
Media,
research culture,
advisory,
and media agency.
Okay.
All in one.
Okay.
Yes.
So what does that mean? For example, you're a culture analyst. What's a culture analyst, Monday?
So being a culture analyst is basically studying the everyday of people and explaining the whys behind the why. So you make sense of our little world, and we'll tell you the reasons why we're showing up the way we are, the reasons why we're seeing some trends pick up, others drop, and even our responses to even very small things, like we can think about like flavor. The reason why you will go for a dawa that has more citrus than ginger here in Kenya, and perhaps in TZ or Uganda you'll find that you're going for, or when you go there you'll find that they're picking something that's more ginger than citrus. Very culturally, in those contexts are basically what we're in the business of explaining and making sense of.
Does it keep changing?
Oh, a lot. Culture is very dynamic. I think even for us, when you look at our culture as Kenyans, we can say that this has shifted over the years, and there are things, there's how we structure them. There's the movements, the everyday milestones, and there's also the big shifts which happen once in a while. So ideological shifts, for example, do happen once in a while. We saw that in the previous election, where people are more permissive of a person who's endorsing the herbal things. That's a very big shift in terms of an ideology when you think of the Kenyan conservative culture we exist in. But there are other things which, as we're saying, like our music culture, that shifts a lot, but it's also, some of the things don't stick on the wall. So yes, there's some changes quickly and others changes really slowly. But there is change.
The example you've given is an interesting one. So if I were to ask,
yes,
do you think that the endorsement of this presidential candidate was based on his vegetarian leaning? Or was it a symbol of, or did he symbolize a sort of change or a move from the norm that people...
Or cultural shift.
Exactly. Or was it a protest? People are saying they have had enough of everything else that
vanilla.
Yes, exactly.
So that's interesting, because that's tapping into this trend we're seeing, sidestepping institutions. And even with the hustler conversation, it was a very big thing of we are sidestepping the day-to-day, the people who've been here are the so-called rich people. And now we are taking power back away from the normal institutions the way we've known them. So even for this, there's a cultural aspect, which I found very interesting, because for a country that has such high moral, like we put ourselves on a very high moral pedestal as people. We do. We really do.
Do we
judge.
or do we talk about it?
We put ourselves and we talk about it.
Yeah.
However, there's a disconnect here, because it's more or less, we will not attain those set standards of like the moral things we've put for ourselves. But that becomes a problem. We start punishing people who do not attain that set standard.
Is it the high standards we set for ourselves, or is it a display of the duplicitous nature that we have, where we appear and speak as though the standards are high, and yet we entertain the complete opposite of what we speak of?
I think that's you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's about image versus behavior. I want to appear to be morally upright.
Yes.
I want to speak what I know it will be morally accepted in society, in public spaces. But, take me to my home or take me to a private space and I'm doing, the complete opposite. It's a typical Kenyan thing.
Just Kenyan.
Is it a human thing?
I think it's a human thing.
It is a human thing.
It's a human thing. Yeah.
It is a human thing, you're right.
So, ladies, there's something that's been happening lately, and I know you've been working on this, and that's why we invited you to have this conversation.
Yeah.
We have seen in rapid succession the unfortunate killing of 2 young ladies at the short stay rentals, and this has elicited a whole conversation in the public space on what is happening. Is this femicide, or is it not? Is it just murder, or is it not? Is it accidental death, or is it not? What exactly is happening? Does it point to anything that could be bubbling under in our society, or is it not? But let's first start by definitions. What is femicide?
I'll let you take that.
Okay, so we, as part of the project we have been doing for the past 1 year, we have taken the UN Nations Office on Drugs and Crime definition of femicide to allow us to sift through the data. So allow me to go through this quickly, the list.
Okay.
The femicide victim has had a previous record of physical, sexual, or psychological violence or harassment perpetrated by the author of the killing. The homicide victim was the femicide victim was a victim of forms of illegal exploitation, for instance, trafficking, or forced labor or slavery. The femicide victim was in a situation where they were illegally abducted or deprived of their agency. That the victim was working in the sex industry, and I think this is very important. The sexual violence committed against the victim was committed before or after the killing, and we've seen this a lot with the children, cases involving children and young women. That the killing was accompanied by mutilation of the victim, who identifies as female. That the body of the victim was disposed of in a public space. So we're expanding this, that not only for the act, but also post the act. And that the killing of the person was constituted on a gender-based hate crime.
Okay.
So it's interesting to see the definition initially was the last statement that she made, that basically it was a gender-based hate crime.
Yeah.
But femicide over the years has continued to increase and continued to evolve. So it's not just about the woman, it's the relationship that she has with, the suspect who harmed her. It's, what profession she is in, what kind of work she does. So something that started off as just a gender-based thing has moved into, what do people think women are meant to do? And how do they react when they don't act how they expect them to?
Okay. Yeah. So, for anybody who's been killed, it's a homicide, right? This is what we are saying.
Yes.
Any human being has been killed, it's a homicide.
Yes.
And of course, by that definition, you cannot name it until a death has occurred.
Yes.
Right? Now, even further, we cannot say or graduate a homicide to a femicide until reason or rationale has been applied. Is that what we're saying?
Exactly.
Right.
No.
Because, and now this is the question, what factors then come into play for us to deem that a killing, a death has occurred, and this is a femicide? Because remember we said, all death, somebody has killed a human being, it is a homicide. Whether you're male, female, child, old, whatever, it's homicide. But we're saying that there are certain characteristics that will then move this death or this killing from homicide to a femicide. What is that?
So I'll first get into the context of these killings, that we're existing in a patriarchal society, that we're also existing in a very misogynistic space, where like the collective way that the society behaves towards women's safety, the lives, and like just the dehumanization of like women. That's already a context we have set, such that even when a murder of a woman occurs within that specific context, which is already the culture we exist in, there is an underlying or things that have the ingredients which have gone into allowing this act, that have also gone into excusing or making excuses for this kind of act, and that has also gone into this devaluation of a human being, such that we can down conversations to, we have to have the rationale, because it's a very thin line. I do find that it's a very thin line between having to give rationale before we rule this as a femicide.
But you know why it's important? Because there's so many counter arguments. And so you have to base it on something. That if a woman has been killed today,
it's not automatically
it is not automatically femicide. But what we are saying is that in some instances, something will make it femicide. Now we want to know, what is that will then, for us to look at it and say, without a doubt, this is femicide.
I actually do not, this thing of looking at a murder and deciding when it is a femicide versus when it's not a femicide. So let's even just take the recent murders which have occurred. Right? And I want it to be just in the context of, you've been killed, one, because you are a woman who offended, like, you upset a certain structure of power within this space. You were someone either who was taking the power in terms of like deciding that your agency, right? You're upsetting some structures around how the patriarchal structure is organized, where you are under the authority of people who can think for you. So when you put it into this context and this container, it's that these female killings are not happening in a vacuum. And the context, if the context has already a precedence of misogyny, that's deep hatred for women. And you can see about even the victim blaming, right? That when these cases happen, it's always now back to, they're like, the men are the problem, but the solution lies with you, the victim, right? So we keep like turning this around and pointing fingers back to a victim. So there is a very big culture that we have curated around this dehumanization of women that at this point in our culture as Kenyans, I do not, at least so far, I don't think I have seen a murder where the femicide conversation, like the things we have been highlighting, where we can be like, this is shaky ground. It's clear.
If you look at, bottom line, if you look at all the cases that are there, it's sort of like at the end of the day, I'm killing you because you are a woman. That's how it becomes a femicide.
But you see, you've used something to arrive there.
Exactly.
And I think I want to go back into, when you already gave us what the UN Office on Drug and Crime has defined as femicide. That means it has set a threshold and said, this is not ordinary homicide. This then goes into femicide. So you have to look at it. Was there a previous record of altercation between victim and the perpetrator.
Exactly.
Was there illegal exploitation of the victim? Was there illegal abduction or loss of agency for victim? Was the victim in the sex industry? Was there mutilation? Was there dumping or disposing of the body parts in public? All these things are then saying they don't have to be all of them. But if some of them check the box, then you're getting closer and closer to labeling it as femicide. And it does not say that these ones there's nowhere in this UN definition that has said it has been committed by a man.
Because if a woman kills another woman, which we have known to happen in
many
history,
times,
in an intimate fashion, such as stabbing or butchering, is it still then femicide?
It is femicide. Because we also extend this conversation towards the queer spaces, right? And if that is happening, it also means that within those parameters, that women can and also be perpetrators within that space.
But it's interesting to see, at least when we look at the data that we have, that, a good 90% of the cases, it's where, in fact, I would say more than 90% of the cases, it's men who have killed these women.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's look at the data that you have after this break. You'll tell us the cases that you've seen and what you have noticed as a common thread in the Kenyan context, right? And what you've seen. What we're discussing this morning is femicide cases in Kenya and what is the culture and the trend that we are seeing in the country. What is it leading us to? Where is it originating from? What does it mean? What's it telling us? Patricia Ndago is a researcher and data journalist, and Mwende Mukwanyaga is a culture analyst and editor, both from Odipodev. Good morning. Kenya's biggest conversation takes a break on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on YouTube and on Facebook. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so what are we looking at? At a few minutes after 7:30, it's busy in most parts of the CBD today. And there's the Uhuru Highway, quite busy. Waiaki Way as well, doing the rounds with quite some traffic in and outbound, actually. Coming into the CBD, going out towards Westlands. Murang'a Road has picked up quite some traffic and we're at a standstill all the way through towards the Globe Cinema overpass. So if you're coming into the city, you might want to think about using Ring Road and Ngara and going the long way through General Waruingi through into the CBD, because Globe is packed. We're also looking at heavy traffic on Limuru Road this morning, in and outbound traffic. Thika Superhighway doing the rounds. Jam. Kiambu Road well beyond the DCI headquarters entrance, and there's traffic all the way backed up towards Muthaiga North Road right about now. So we've gotten into traffic hour. It's also busy coming off of Joko Road. Let's take a quick look at Gong Road. Nothing much happening here, but Rilo Dinga Way taking some traffic off of Langata Road right about now. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X as we keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's cloudy this morning in Nairobi at 16 and sunny at 15 in Nakuru, 13 and sunny into Nyeri, while in Eldoret it's sunny at 13. Looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 26 in Mombasa, we'll see highs of 33, while in Malindi we'll see highs of 32, where it's mostly cloudy at 27. Kisumu sunny at 20 with highs of 26, and in Malindi this morning, I beg your pardon, Kakamega at 18 is sunny going to highs of 26. Mostly cloudy at 20 in Kampala, and looking into a cloudy Johannesburg, it's 16 degrees, highs of 24. And Dar es Salaam, mostly cloudy at 26 with highs of 32. Mogadishu, sunny at 27 with highs of 33, and it's sunny at 11 in Addis Ababa, going to highs of 24. We'll see highs of 34 in a partly cloudy Lagos, and it's 23 and partly cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 31 and lows of 23.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Killings of women by people whom they've been intimate or very close with. We have seen this very, very, very gruesome killing of a woman in Kasarani. There was a killing and stabbing of a woman in South Sea. Just the other day, there was a sentencing of a young man who was sentenced for killing using an axe of a girl who was his girlfriend. And we've seen many other cases. And we are asking ourselves this morning, what's happening in this country? Because this is a conversation that's came up in the society. What's going on? It's too much. People who have been doing some research into this are our guests this morning. Wende Mukonyaga, culture and analyst editor at Odipodev, and Patricia Andago, researcher and data journalist. So Patricia, what have you been working on and what have you seen?
So for the last couple of months, about 1 year actually, we've been collecting data on femicides in Kenya. So our data dates back all the way to 2016 to date. And basically what we're going to do is put together a living database on, the femicide situation in Kenya to bring this to light, which is what we're launching on Friday, right? So actually you mentioned the two cases that everybody is talking about on social media, but from what we've seen so far from January 1st, the beginning of this year, there have already been 9 reported cases by the media. Yes.
9 cases
reported
of what?
Femicides.
In the last 17 days?
In the last 17 days.
Excluding today?
Excluding today.
Oh, you said January, and I thought...
And these are...
in January.
These are reported cases as well.
By media.
By media.
Okay.
Okay, apart from the 2, what others stand out?
Right, so let me just look at the list. So we have... let me see it.
Chiti, this is...
In 2019, it was worse. Between the time of January to May, 1st of January to 2nd May, there were 46 femicides in the period of 2019. 46.
And now you're saying that this year, so far in the last 17 days, there have been how many cases again? You're
There's
saying?
been 9 cases.
9 cases in 17 days.
Yes, among the 2019 cases was that young medical student who was hacked to death.
Ivy.
Yes. So, this isn't something that has just reared its head.
Yes.
It's just not received the attention it should have received.
Okay.
Kenya National Bureau of Statistics also have the statistics, and they say women between the age of 15 and 19 will report that 40% of the women within that age bracket have experienced violence at least once, and it's gender-based violence. So the trend that speaks to violence against women is clear. It's there. It's not something you need to go looking for. It's not deeply hidden. It's there. It's just it has not been given prominence.
Yeah. I hope we'll find the lists as the show goes on. We don't have it, but
it's all right. So this is just this year. But then you're also saying that you've conducted your research spanning a couple of years as well. It matches with what City is saying?
Exactly. So even if you look at the age group, majority of the women who are killed are between the age of 15 and 29. Yeah. The second largest age group is between the age of 30 and 44. So it does match. When we look at the history and the trends in domestic violence, you also see that that's where, femicide ends up occurring within those cases. Yeah.
Who are the people who are alleged or confirmed to have committed these acts of these women? Let's take the 9 for this year.
Yeah.
I mean, because quite a lot of them, but the perpetrators, who are they?
Husbands and boyfriends.
In all cases?
It's a very clear trend. It's very clear. Majority of the cases, it's a husband. If it's not a husband, it's a boyfriend. It's people who they were in relationships with. It's people who these women highly trusted. And majority of those cases end up happening at home.
Okay. Yeah. And what is the character of these killings? By that, how have these women been killed?
If you mean like how the killing itself was done.
Yes.
And not the history behind it. It's majority of them were stabbed.
Okay.
Yeah. So stabbed or, slashed like Some of them are so gruesome that I would prefer not to talk about it.
Sure.
But majority of the cases, they were actually stabbed.
Okay.
Yes.
So when we look at the psychology of
strangling.
Strangling.
Yes.
So when we look at the psychology of killing, those 3, stabbing or cutting or strangling, are acts that you have to get close to somebody to do.
Exactly.
So they would say that somebody who's been intimate with a victim and wants to do something like this is more likely to use that method. And then that is how you can link between how this person was killed and who did this.
Exactly.
So then I don't know if it's possible to establish the reasons behind, because somebody would say, well, I did it because. The case of Ivy, where the person who killed her was sentenced to 30 years just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, it was the other week.
Yes. He said he was remorseful, and the reasons why he did 1, 2, 3 was, there was jealousy and there was thought of another lover, etc. But what are the reasons that we see or hear as to why somebody then would go to that step to take life in that manner?
I think the biggest one for us has been the devaluation of like the human life, like women. I'm just in the sense of, when you don't see someone as a human being, it's these crimes become easier to commit, or at least they're permissible within our context, or they'll be excused. So it has been a lot of conversation around, I think this has been an ongoing conversation, women asking for their agency, women, like we're building more conversations around women being their own people and being approached like as human beings. And it's that idea of I own someone, or someone is a tool, and I'm very irritated that this tool did not come as we had agreed, or I sent this person money, because I find it very ridiculous that a man is not going to kill his homie because of that. Perhaps they sent them a 200 and they didn't show up for their gaming, right? Or they went and bought alcohol for them. And this is not excuses we're hearing when people are having these conversations at large, that I killed this man because he drank my alcohol, right, which I paid for, and there was no money in return. So it's also that thing for the expectations, how we expect that women will show up in these social situations, and then when they don't, there is punishment for how you have showed up or resisted showing up. So there has been that devaluation of women, and you're seeing this a lot even on the online spaces, where people are not speaking about women like people. People are not even meeting women like people.
Let me ask you one day, do you think our society has moved relations between men and women relations, not friendship, the one that goes beyond the friendship, beyond just the platonic friendship? Has it become transactional?
Become, or has always been?
All right. Has it always been transactional?
I think it has.
To an extent where then you commoditize one another.
It has always been very transactional.
And in that transaction, who has agency over another?
I think it's when just
the buyer or the seller?
Who has more power? In terms of power structures, the man, just by the structures we exist in, has more power. But when it comes to even things like labor, we were having a conversation where we're like, you will all contribute to, for example, the labor of that space, but the woman is the most likely to be unpaid for it, right? Let's say with the house chores, it's very unlikely that you will be paid for doing house chores in your own home. So there is that thing for imbalances where there is the transactional. But is the man being paid for whatever he's contributing to the home? I mean, there is that social.
He's rewarded
socially for doing that contribution by the society.
In what way?
So, for instance, let me give you an example with parenting. How it's oh wow, your husband was left with the children. Oh wow, give them mini cookies and praises. If you tell me that Patricia was at home with, for example, her child, I'm like, oh, okay, another day at home, right? Okay. There is that idea, and that
is there an wow, your husband doesn't work?
No.
So how do you guys survive?
Because now that's again back to the structures that conversation doesn't happen. Built, right?
Are you saying that conversation does not happen? I'm getting back into the question that I was asking, that in these transactional relationships, because I was building on from what you said, the value that is placed on the woman would then lead into the death. But then where does it start? Does it start from the point where there's a transaction somewhere that's happening And then you start you'll start looking at one another not as people, but as these commodities that you've actually transformed yourselves into.
But even before the transaction, there was a structure that was put in place, and that structure happened to be very patriarchal and pinpointed where power is meant to lie. So when that transaction occurs and that power is misplaced, or the response to power is not as expected, then the person reacts, and in many cases that person is a man.
You know, the definitions we are providing here are not in and of themselves conclusive or definitive. They are a part of an explanation that is often given by people who subscribe to a certain school of thought when they're talking about the power dynamics in relationships, and it's predominantly a Western perspective. If you look at a traditional African setting and the power dynamics, that if you interpret it for what it was, the power dynamics did not fit into this equation that we keep speaking of. Women did have power. Women did have a position. Yet the Western interpretation of it is that they were powerless. They were never powerless. Never. So, if we bring this discussion to present day Kenya, for instance, we are in the media. We have been blamed a great deal for sensationalizing and promoting the languages and the things that help bring about these situations.
Correct.
We have been blamed for promoting the victim-blaming culture, where something goes wrong and the victim is the one who gets the bulk of the blame. When I say we, the media, it is we, the media, whether it is social media, whether it's mainline media, legacy media, whatever it is.
Research media.
Whatever, research media, not to be excluded. But the point is this. Is this really a discussion where blame should take center stage, or is this the opportunity we now have for an honest discussion? Because blame, yes, it's there, but it's predominantly in social media.
Yeah.
And it's not just the men who blame the victims.
Right.
Even women chime in and blame the victims.
Very true.
So what are these societal norms that people have imbibed that makes them look at a situation where something bizarre and something outlandish has happened, and instead of understanding it, you jump on blame immediately? Why?
The psychology of victim blaming. I think that's an article we've been going through. It was published on The Elephant. So where they have a conversation about the reasons why we jump into victim blaming as our first order of business when this comes. And part of the reasons is that femicide is more or less like that mirror, right? We are mirroring society in very uncomfortable ways by even naming this thing the way it is. It calls for a lot of like introspection even from us. And of course, introspection is not an easy task for anyone, and especially a society. So there is that aspect of, instead of looking inwards, I think I can channel this kind of rage to telling people how to stay safe, to telling the victims how to take better care of themselves. I think there has been that conversation we are low-key acknowledging that there is a problem, but we don't want to get into the heart of it.
We don't want to, or we are unable to, because if you look at this entire discussion, it revolves around a topic that everybody has an opinion on, but the only reason why untoward activities and thinking were averted in society was because of the cohesiveness and the communality of communities. We've lost it. So the accountability that comes with societal norms is gone. You can't hold someone accountable because the me culture and how I am central to the universe comes into conversation. So you really can't hold someone accountable for what they do. People don't start with killing. People start with what you said. You dehumanize, okay? You profile. Why is it that in many communities in this country it's considered it is okay to beat women? Why? Why? Because it's accepted. In the so-called traditional African setting, you are not allowed. That's what people imagine. your own family would hold you accountable and you would be punished. You just, these things that people do and somehow it's excusable, it's understood. You are held accountable. We no longer hold people accountable. We find excuses and we look for more reasons to justify the nonsensical things that people do.
That's very true. I think this whole thing of, individualism, I think, like you said, is really playing a huge role. And you can see it in how the conversation plays out. Everyone is justifying based on what their personal beliefs are and their personal experiences. So the men will be like, she went for the money, so good for her, she deserved that. Some women will be like, these are the women stealing our husbands, so good for her, she deserved that. And then a woman who possibly has different beliefs will be like, no, this is a woman, this is a life, we have to think about what the real repercussions of this are. So everybody is reacting based on their own personal beliefs. There's no communal reaction or moral standing when it comes to these issues that have taken place.
And why is that? Because you see, at the very end of this, there's a death. Okay? So yes, you've dehumanized the person. You've treated them to be whatever they are, an item, an object, a commodity, whatever. But going to the extent of so much violence that leads to death, that is a very extreme reaction. But we see it all the time. What is it that then is leading it to that extreme end?
I think I want to talk about the men for a minute because
Take 2 minutes.
Many times when people talk about this, it's like the women, they talk about it from that space. But I really think there's a male crisis in this country. Men are under extreme pressure. What has happened is that things have shifted in society, roles have shifted, women have moved into positions that men used to be in, but the expectations of men have remained and even grown. So they're dealing with a very difficult situation. They have all this pressure, they have all these expectations from them. And then on the other side, they have people in the manospheres telling them a man must be like this and like that. So they react out of frustration. I really think men in this country are frustrated and they don't have anywhere to take it. They don't know how to react to that frustration or how to deal with it. So it ends up coming out in a very extreme way.
We're paying a steep price for this individualism because the thing about community and communalism, it was understood that the role of even bringing up a child was not the role of the parents. When we talk about, we talk about it, but we don't actually understand the significance of it. If you lived through it, you would know that as a child, it wasn't your parents who you needed to fear. It was your neighbor and your relatives and whoever saw you, whoever knew your parents. They could punish you. And if they reported you, you are dead. Okay? Meaning, responsibility was understood. So accountability was set at a very, very high pedestal. You knew. But the moment that is lowered, anybody who has a malfunctioning psyche will get away scot-free because the accountability factor is removed.
And our structures also, like when you think about the legal frameworks, the justice space, I think we were looking at an average of more than 2,000 days between cases being picked up and judged. That's over 2,000 days and counting. And others are still running since like 2007 and going.
In our database, only 15% of the cases were closed.
Right. And I think with the recent with Wahoo, I was watching the clips as they were going live and realizing that even the basics, the cops were accessing the crime scenes, no gloves, right? The way our space is handled, it's even with, I think when you take it even back to GBV, and the conversations where we're like, we mishandle GBV, and we're saying femicide is a culmination of this GBV at its highest form, right? So there is a way that we are very complacent even in structure. The laws are there, but we are very complacent as the legal systems are very complacent. The justice system is very complacent in terms of giving people justice. And I think this also gives people a lot of like confidence to like move through with some of these things. It's that you'll get caught and you will not be charged. After some time, you'll be scot-free. Or it will be the burden of the victim and their families and the people in support to prove your guilt, right? And I think the other thing, even with the media, looking at conversations, even for us, when we say media has failed, we have failed the country just in terms of, I think one of the people asked the other day for Ivy, it's interesting that the day media covered was the day of her death, like big coverage, and then the next day was the day when the guy is being charged. In between, there's an entire conversation here where there's like a total blackout, but that's also filled in with other femicide stories, which are sensational, right? So there's also that thing for, we're in the business of giving news, and we're not in the business of also keeping people accountable as the watchdogs. So there is also a lapse in how we as the media are going about this. And again, we agenda set and we set the framing. So I think for me, it's been a conversation for, I don't understand how we ended at just BNBs and like the victim being the problem. I don't know why we are highlighting that this person's profession, being a sex worker, is like top of the news. And like, these conversations about the perpetrators are very few and apart. I think one of the most interesting ones has also been seeing the way, for us, the media houses, we've been rushing to also, and I get that thing for trying to humanize the perpetrators, where we're like, oh, this person was a nice Sunday school teacher. They were a nice, but it's also like taking away from, we are leading, we are agenda setting the conversation in ways that the general public is not able to huddle in and have the conversations that we need to be having.
Which are those conversations?
So like these conversations for when we're saying about like the
coverage
the power
after the murder of Wahoo, right?
Yeah.
How would you have wanted the coverage and the conversations?
More conversations around the power, more conversations around even this femicide. I think people doing a deeper exploration of, because I think there's also that big gap where we are using terms to describe phenomena that happen within our context, but they feel so removed. They feel very Western. They feel like they're far away from us, right? But that's also because there's that gap where we are giving people this big word femicide, but we're not doing the intense work of walking you through the ingredients of this femicide, how the balls we are dropping as a collective society. I think when these conversations we're having here about like the moving from community to more individualistic senses, there are conversations that we also need to be tethering back within this space in a way that we're not looking at femicide only on one angle of the women are angry that they're being killed, right? We need to expand this conversation to, there are certain things as a society, as media, and as everyone that are allowing, and the things that are allowing this thing to keep brewing more and more within our space.
I actually want to understand more of the trigger. I actually want to hear more from the suspects themselves. Nobody goes back to them to ask them what was on your mind in that moment
or leading to, because what are we saying here? Exactly. That this is a process. Somebody just didn't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to kill somebody. Right? Yeah. There are things that happened pre-event, pre-incident. So what's happening? What triggered you? Is it possible that something made you so angry to take that? It's not justified, but it's reasoned. Exactly. It's rationale. And I think it is extremely important to hear what some of these things are, because it lends to the conversation and it makes us understand this wholly.
It's true. But we've got to remember that at that point, it's after sentencing.
Exactly.
After conviction and sentencing, where somebody has already been declared, and then they've gone in and they've internalized. For example, you've seen cases where the cases where people are found in prison and they are interviewed and they say, this is what happened. These are the circumstances that led to me being in this prison where I am. And I agree. Those conversations need to continue happening.
I mean, there is media that has tried to cover it. I think African Censored has done a good job with The Last Door. They've just premiered their second season. Like just breaking down from the history of the story of this person and the relationship they had with these people and what could have gone wrong that led to this act. So there are attempts that are being made that, we're moving in the right direction. I hope we have more of that.
Thank you, ladies, for joining us. Patricia Ndago is a researcher and data journalist, and Mwende Mukwanyaga is a culture analyst and editor at Opdipodev. Give it here for more conversations. It's 8 a.m. Time for the news.
Who is the main suspect in the murder of a 20-year-old woman at an Airbnb in Roysambu was arrested by detectives. The suspect is said to have escaped with the lady's head, clothes and phone after dismembering her body. He was arrested attempting to leave for Abuja. It is expected that he will be presented in court today. This is a developing story that you're following up on. We shall be bringing you the very latest in a subsequent news bulletins. Meanwhile, Federation of Women Lawyers have come out to condemn the increased cases of femicide in the country, as well as the blaming of the women who have been killed. FIDA CEO Nyeri said they are deeply concerned by the increasing instances of violence against women and girls, particularly the recent gruesome murder that have happened in the country.
The loss of life of these young women counts not only to statistics, but also sets a very worrying and disturbing trend, uncertainty for the safety of women and girls in Kenya in general. Whereas FIDA, we commend the National Police Service for their efforts in the timely apprehension of the suspect in the Wahoo case, we still remain very concerned about the long-standing state's failure to protect women and girls from this type of violence, which in most cases occurs in private spaces by perpetrators who are well known to the victims.
Police are holding 4 students and a watchman in connection with an inferno that destroyed a dormitory housing 114 students at Kebabe SDA Mixed Secondary in Bokimonge, Kenyenya, Kisii County. Kenyenya Sub-County Police Boss Meza Gumbo said the fire broke out at around 5 a.m. as students went for morning preps. Gumbo said the arrested boys will aid in investigations behind the inferno, even as he condemned the rise in cases of school fires in the region. Recently, a dome at Nyakoiba High School also went up in flames. Now, there was tension at the AIC Litain Girls Secondary School in Kericho after a group of parents and locals assembled at the school gate to storm the principal's office and forcefully remove her. The parents and members of the community came face to face with the law enforcement officers as they sought to eject the school head over what they termed as poor performance. The angry community claimed that the school had lost its former glory as its main score had dropped from a high of 9 to 6. Disgruntled parents and locals claimed that the current school head was running down the school that is sponsored by the AIC Church, saying they wanted her out. An innovative antibiotic drugs could be the key to preventing malaria transmission among pregnant women living with HIV. Scientists recommended that daily doses of the drug can prevent transmission of the killer disease among HIV plus expectant women living in malaria endemic regions. The development follows a study published in The Lancet by researchers from the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Liverpool School of Tropical Medicines, the Kamuzu University of Health Sciences and the Malawi University of Science and Technology. According to World Vision International, co-infections with malaria and HIV/AIDS have major health implications, especially on children and pregnant women. Now, police have arrested 3 people in connection with the brutal murder of land surveyor who was killed outside his home in Narok town last week. Confirming the arrest, Narok County Commissioner Isaac Masinde said that the trio is helping authorities track down other suspects who may have participated in Lawrence Nkamasiai's execution. Masinde did not reveal the name of the 3 suspects, but suggested that a land deal gone sour could be the cause of Nkamasiai's murder, reaffirming that the police will bring to book all parties involved in the crime. And a 45-year-old man from Lower County has been sentenced to 12 years behind bars for forcibly taking his 3 daughters aged 4, 5 and 12 to undergo female genital mutilation in Boni Forest. The suspect committed the said infractions on diverse dates between January 1st and January 20th, 2023 at Vipingoni, Lamu County, with the prosecution presenting 6 witnesses to support its case. While issuing the ruling, Peketoni Senior Resident Magistrate Pascal Nabwana slapped the suspect with 3 charges of FGM-related offences, each attracting a sentence of 4 years that will run consecutively. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Acero. Good morning.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so we're looking at traffic this morning. It's coming in heavy right around Raila Odinga Way, then heading on Langata Road out towards Uhuru Highway. That's busy. Lusaka Road, busy as well. And as you're coming off of Mombasa Road, getting through towards Capital Centre and then out towards the Haile Selassie Junction, there we have quite some traffic. We looked earlier on the Thika Superhighway, heavy with traffic coming in from the Outer Ring Junction as well as on Kiambu Road. We're looking at a standstill as you approach Muthaiga Square. Very busy this morning, coming in from Muthaiga, United Nations Avenue, and then in from Ruaka as well. So we're in traffic hour. It looks like it's going to be busy for a while. So let's keep our wits about. So if you run into something that's unmanageable, let's share and give clues to where it's flowing smoothly that you can use this morning. Let's talk on Spice FM, KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8, a very good morning. Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room, live on KTN, on Spice FM, on YouTube, and on Facebook. As we get into this third hour, CT has stepped out for a meeting that he needed to go to. So it's me and Ndu who are here. Ndu,
yes,
will tell us about school fees.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what?
What?
There's someone in the studio with us this morning.
Yes.
And one thing that is very clear in my mind was the Scouts, or is the Scouts movement, right? And how they had to show up. Scouts, top to bottom, had to be immaculate in terms of, you know, how you look, how you dressed, etc. Polished shoes and all of that was one of them. As the patron of the Scouts, you knew this, isn't it? And they were part of schools, obviously. Students in schools who wanted to be part of the Scouts. Schools is where everybody's showing up for the last 2 weeks, and school fees is an issue. Step Up and Shine with Kiwi has been part of your journey in school, and sometimes when you're looking for school fees, not quite sure where to look. So Kiwi says, all right, how about an answer for you? Walk into any store today, supermarket, Duka shop, get a tin of Kiwi.
Yep.
Right? Pop the lid. There's a code under that. Now, *459 *5 hash. *459 *5 hash. Put in the code. Instantly, airtime, data is yours. And then you get a chance to enter into a draw. 4 people every week are winning 35,000 shillings, and it goes directly to school fees. So you can step up and shine in how you look, and you can step up and shine by getting to school.
Oh yes, and a very, very big thing. Our guest is the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, former Vice President, the last Vice President of Kenya, and the leader of the Wiper Democratic Movement Party. Your Excellency, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Indeed, honored to be here so early in the new year. Allow me to say Happy New Year to you, Rick and Ndu. But where I come from, our name is Nduku.
I'll take that from you for today.
She knows it. She knows she is Nduku. Much as she may deny it.
Okay.
So you've heard that it's about Kiwi and what Kiwi is saying. You want to support somebody. I'm sure you sponsor many people, and you've sponsored many people through with school fees over the years. This year also, you can support them by buying for them Kiwi as they go to school, because they definitely will need shoe polish in school. And as you purchase the shoe polish for them, then they also get into a draw for school fees, and they may also win school fees.
Very innovative.
Very, very innovative.
But I heard Nduku talk about the scouting movement.
Yes.
And that goes to my heart, because one time I served as Chief Commissioner of Kenya Scouts. And the Scouts are always prepared, and I'm sure when they polish their shoes and look immaculate, that prepares them for the tasks ahead. So scouting is critical, and young boys and girls, and the scouting movement has actually in this country grown in leaps and bounds. So well done, Kiwi.
Very good. You met with CT as he was stepping out to go for a meeting.
Yes, I did.
And he explained to you that he's not boycotting your presence. You may think, he boycotted. No, he's not boycotting your meeting.
You guys are great.
Yeah,
he did a great job. And he stopped by. We greeted each other. And I got the impression it was like a man trying to catch a flight.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
Closer to that. If you were here, he'd have given you the day's proverb. Every week, City goes to one African country. He scouts for proverbs. See what I did there? Scouts for proverbs in that country, and then brings us a proverb a day from that country. This week, he's decided we are in Nigeria. And he's been giving us the proverbs in Pidgin. And then Ndu gives us a proverb in proper Pidgin. And then the job of our guest is to translate that from Pidgin to English, and then you give us your interpretation of it.
Wow.
Now that CT is not there, so we're skipping the CT bit. We are going straight to Ndu, and Ndu will tell you the proverb in Pidgin. Remember it? So, rice bottom of pot today, tomorrow top of freezer. Say it.
So what in Pidgin it would be jollof rice, where day for bottom pot today.
Wow.
Good day on top cooler tomorrow.
Oh, Pidgin English. Reminded of this Nigerian who walks into a cafe in London and he speaks in Pidgin. He's asked, do you want a cup of coffee? Do you want it black or white? He looked at this man. He said, a discrimination in a cup of coffee too.
As well.
Nigerians, they make us proud. Not good in Pidgin English. But I can't even understand. I can't remember what you said. When
Say
you
it again.
Jollof rice. So
Jollof rice.
Jollof rice. Where day for bottom pot today.
Good
day on top cooler.
Oh my
tomorrow.
Goodness. Top cooler tomorrow. I have no idea.
The rice at the bottom of the pot today.
Yes.
Could be on top of the cooler tomorrow.
Yeah. So, don't you ever laugh at anybody in the streets. You don't know what they'll become tomorrow. Or any child. Even if you see they have saliva pouring and you don't demean a human being. I guess that's what it means. Yeah.
It's very, very true. And that's it. Mheshimiwa, in the news today, yesterday you and the leadership of Wiper had a meeting, and after that we'll be discussing the Wiper Democratic Party movement party. But also, after that, you made a comment on what's been happening in the country. And this is the supposed attack by the leadership of the country in the executive on the judiciary and the response from the judiciary. Twice now, the chair of the Judicial Service Commission, the Chief Justice, has come out to say, look, if there is any suspicion of corruption in the judiciary, bring the evidence and follow due process.
Yeah.
And we have structures established. And then the Chief Justice stood with her fellow commissioners of the Judicial Service Commission and said, we welcome any evidence, and also we'd like to have a conversation with the head of the executive and the other heads to hear what issues are these that you're bringing up now that you have with the judiciary. Can we have a conversation? You have come out and said, that is a wrong move, Madam Chief Justice, to invite the president to a meeting about this issue.
Or to be invited.
Or to be invited
by
the president to a meeting. Why would you say it's a wrong move?
Well, first of all, we, as you say, we had our party's National Executive Council yesterday. And after that, we were talking to the media. This year, I've decided to adopt a hashtag fidelity to the Constitution. Madam Justice Martha Koome is the president of the Supreme Court. She's also the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission.
Yes.
And the mandate of the Judicial Service Commission is really to look at integrity of all the judicial officers, including their welfare. And therefore, to be invited by the executive, the other arm of government, I think we need to remind ourselves as Kenyans all the time that there are three pillars of government. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And I think this time I've chosen, not just because I'm a practitioner and a counsel.
Senior counsel.
Yeah, senior counsel, if you like.
Yes, not if I like.
An advocate, but actually an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And therefore, to some extent, maybe one can think chest thumping or anything. Far from it. Constitution 2010 is our sacred document. And if we act in a manner that demeans the principle of separation of powers, then we're inviting anarchy. Therefore, I stand solidly with the remarks made by the President of the Supreme Court, her leadership, and ask her to remain vigilant. Because I can't understand why herself or the president would want to say, let's meet and discuss these things.
What's wrong with meeting, Your Excellency?
Well, there's nothing wrong with meeting. They don't even need to announce that they are meeting. I'm quite sure when we have state functions, the Chief Justice is always out there along with the Deputy Chief Justice and others. But why make an announcement? They are meeting to discuss what? This is where the issue is. They are meeting to discuss issues to do with governance within the judiciary. Well, the president should restrict himself to governance within the executive. Therefore, an announcement that goes to say they are going to meet and iron out differences is for me, unfortunate. And that's what we said.
Do you think it is undermining the independence of the judiciary?
It not only undermines the independence of the judiciary, it raises serious suspicions. Remember, the deputy to William Ruto openly said that on Thursday he's actually going to lead a procession, or is going to petition, is going to see the Chief Justice carrying a petition against a High Court judge, whom he actually, unfortunately, goes even to name publicly. That goes against all the known rules of practice and decency, and I call it an absurdity. If indeed Mr. Gachagua is going to walk to the Chief Justice carrying a petition, for me, the world should be watching, because I don't expect this country to have fallen to that level.
Are you saying that he shouldn't?
He shouldn't. It would be a shame if he does.
If he has an issue,
and if trying to be a judge in his own course. Because he's complaining that this particular judge passed a ruling against him. The normal thing is to have done an appeal or whatever, but not to talk about himself. And a person at that level, making it look like the judiciary has to do with only Gachagua, is unfortunate.
Mheshimiwa, if Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, as an individual, feels that he was taken to court and the way the judge conducted themselves in a particular case was not proper. And he has issues to raise about the conduct of this particular judge. Maybe he even has evidence to show that there was influence in the conduct of the judge. Should he not raise it?
He should, but the normal thing is, I'm sure he had the representation, because when I last checked, I don't think Achago was a lawyer to be able to go and do that, and a person at his level should have proper legal representation. I think his advocate is in his duty in trying to advise him on the avenues that are open for that kind of dialogue.
Does the law say that you must use a lawyer to file a complaint against the judge?
Not necessarily. There are, in criminal matters, for example, an accused person can even represent themselves. And they can even at other times call off representation if they were properly represented by advocates. They can say, no, in this case, I'll represent myself. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. That is normal for persons accused of committing various crimes. But again, at the level of a person, of a deputy president of a country, going before the Chief Justice to represent himself, tells you a number of things. And here, we're dealing with a heavy matter. And Kenyans have not even come to terms with what actually happened. Okay? Because it's soon after an election, and a judgment had been made that monies were corruptly obtained or something to that effect. I didn't even follow the details of this case. But the person holding the office of deputy president surely should act with decorum in matters to do with respecting other state institutions. In this case, the judiciary. And if it happens that he's using this occasion, the debate about whether we should have fidelity to the rule of law or whether we should just sing choruses in the streets and malign the conduct and the practice of the law, then I think the whole thing is taken completely out of context.
Let me come back to the issue of the invitation to a meeting between the president and the head of the judiciary. And you say you have serious issues with this. Previous Chief Justices, the Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, Chief Justice Emeritus Professor
Willie
Mutunga. Professor
Mutunga, before them.
Professor Mutunga told us about the relationship that he had with the two heads of the executive, Mwai Kibaki and then Uhuru Kenyatta. And he said he would seek dialogue with the president when there were issues. When there's an issue of a recommendation for the appointment of judges and there would be delay, he went and had a conversation with President Kibaki and said, what is the issue? And the president told him, these are the issues that I have with the judges. And they had a conversation on the appointment of the judges, and it happened. He also sought meetings with President Uhuru Kenyatta, and they had a conversation because the president would have reservations about taking certain action that is expected of him, and the Chief Justice would come to him to have a conversation on why not. Chief Justice Emeritus was complaining once, twice, on having sought meetings with President Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru not even responding to him, and saying because of this, we then have a complete clash and a breakdown of communication between these two crucial arms of government. If the judiciary is not having a conversation with the executive, and the executive seems to be disobeying court orders, the head of the executive is known to have publicly made statements about the judiciary, and I'm seeking meetings with him, we're having a problem with the judiciary. So you look at those two. One where a Chief Justice says, I have sought and secured meetings with the president and resolved matters and ironed out issues, and we have had a smooth operation of the judiciary. I've gotten money, I've started building courts. Another one where a Chief Justice says, I have sought meetings to understand what the issues are, and I am not even getting that, and that's why we are having issues that we are having. And then we have a third Chief Justice who says, I'd like to have a conversation. But you say she shouldn't.
Oh, okay. I see your point, Eric. But do you remember you're given a catalogue of situations. I think there's another situation rooms between the judiciary and the executive. Do you remember ever Chief Justice Emeritus William Mutunga or Justice Maranga going public to say, I'm looking for a meeting with the president? This is no more in the course of business. No more course of business.
Maraga openly sought a meeting. He addressed the public at the steps of the Supreme Court saying,
I can actually
Mr.
tell you.
President, I have written to you several times asking for a meeting, and I am now also asking for a meeting.
Okay, that was Maranga. He's actually my classmate. I can tell you this, that should not happen ordinarily. A Chief Justice should not go out and say, I want to meet the president. The level of cooperation at that, when you're looking at two independent institutions, the judiciary and the executive, right, should be seamless, absolutely seamless. It should not have even been allowed to get to that stage. And therefore, my view is going public. Even when Maraga did that, it meant there was there was a problem. If I remember once at a discussion with President Uhuru Kenyatta with regard to the appointment, remember the 6 judges whom William Ruto saw in day one when he took over as president, because he had actually made it a campaign issue. I can tell you that according to Uhuru, right, and that was a normal discussion between colleagues. He had issues, even raised issues with embassies. A lot of them had issues that a country like America said, if this particular judge was involved in that on Akasha, drug trafficking case and things that ordinarily you not bring to the public domain. That should be normal between a president and a chief justice. But when they're beating drums, say, let us meet to discuss, I would take a different view. A senior counsel even.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can shift gears just a little bit.
Yeah.
In the last couple of weeks, you made very clear where you stand. And if you can look at your history, obviously, in roles in which you've played. We're talking about peace talks regionally. Somalia and Sudan, or South Sudan, stand out very glaringly. And if we look at last year, in the last 6 months, and then coming into this year, with the national dialogues, always been pinpointed as somebody who would then be able to bridge gaps, bridge divides. And then you came very clearly, and quite boldly so, very early in the game, and said, not for the first time, that you want to be president of the country and your campaign start now. What fuels that decision and the timing of it?
I think we should do and do.
Yes.
I find that a bit intimidating.
The name? Or okay.
the pronunciation.
Right.
Very exciting, actually. And I thank you for having taken a look at my past. I actually went into politics very young, at 31, all right? And that was in 83 when I first ran and lost. And then I won in a subsequent by-election in 1985. I remained in politics until Constitution 2010 made it imperative that if you are running for office of either the president or the deputy president, then you would not be elected as a member of parliament. I think we made a mistake on that. And I later will probably, time allowing, want to comment on the fact that our constitution is actually a living document. It should not be static. So those proponents, for example, the Building Bridges Initiative, who unfortunately got things politicized, and we missed an opportunity, in my view. And that opportunity actually been creeping through the back door, including the National Dialogue Committee, which I was privileged to co-chair. But, over time, because I grew up in a situation in Sekuru where I used to hide from marauding bandits, my own mother would hide me, we would sleep not at home for fear of getting houses torched and things. I grew up wondering, thinking the world should be better than this. So when an opportunity arose for me to play a role, First of all, I thought of Somalia. I remember I met the late General Aidid. You may have forgotten about that person because he took over from the first president who eventually died, actually, I think, in Nigeria in 1991, the overthrow of Siad Barre.
Yep.
I met Aidid, and I was foreign minister, and he actually told me we will make sure there's peace between our borders, between Kenya and Somalia. Oh, I had that personal interest that at least then young kid growing where he was born will have easy approach to life. They can go to school without having to hide in the bushes. And of course that issue grew to extent that I found myself shepherding the peace process between the warring factions in Somalia. And we had the famous Bagathi talks, for example. That time I was foreign minister twice, actually, under Kibaki. I was foreign minister under Mzee Moi and Kibaki. Both leaders have rested. And they gave me opportunity to grow in diplomacy. And then my passion to work for regional peace. Peace at home and peace in the region. One time I used to work for a company. You may have heard of a gentleman called Manu Chandaria, one of the famous industrialists.
Yep.
He gave me a job. Actually, he had handed for me, and he gave me a job as his legal officer to try and reclaim properties that had been expropriated by General Idi Amin, the group companies like Mabati Uganda, Mabati Limited, and companies in Tanzania. But when he gave me that job, the border between Kenya and Tanzania was closed. To travel to Arusha in order to service group companies like Kibo March and others, I had to obtain clearance from State House Dar es Salaam, and I'll get that clearance at the border in Namanga. I just wanted to see how far we've come. There was such tension between Kenya and Tanzania. Itself a result of the collapse of the East African community in 1977. A terrible mistake. And so then again, opportunity arose for me to work to resolve that situation. I became interested in the first chair of the tripartite ministerial committee that was charged with the responsibility of jump-starting a mesh of East African community. See how far we've come. Yeah? And then the Prime Minister, current, I think, Prime Minister of Uganda, Rubandiri, and Foreign Minister of Tanzania, he had the KICC. That's where we were meeting, the KICC, which William wants to privatize. Okay. We then were able to start the community. So I think that my passion is in making sure there's regional integration, working, free movement of goods and whatever. So the community today, and by the way, your viewers or listeners may want to note that the current European Union, as constituted, European Union Commission, right, was fashioned along the lines of the East African community, which we collapsed in 1977 because of politics, regional politics of misunderstanding. And I see, as we speak today, the possibility that we're going back that way. Because Kenya is not at peace with our neighbors, which is unfortunate. And so, yeah, then of course I made it clear that we will be having this conversation. Yesterday, at my party's executive committee meeting, there was the urge to move and get ready for the next contest. If that contest will be in 2027 or earlier, you never know. You never know. Then we'll be there. And by the way, it is not the first time we are running. We ran in 2007.
Yep.
Yes.
We ran. And we ran so strongly that Kenyans and friends may remember, they used to say, even William jokingly would always, if he wants to have a go at me, say, yule mtu wa katikati. Okay, yule mtu wa katikati. Because I saw that time, these two giants, my friend Raila and Kibaki, right? Without me saying, they had their tribal blocks behind them. The problem in this country has been negative ethnicity. And I said, let me separate these tribal giants. coming from where I do, again, remember the story I told you about Siad Barre and the story of Aidid. I felt this man from Sekuru can bring this country together. And as it turned out, that's how I became our country's 10th vice president. You say the last vice president? Of course not. It's just terminologies, I think. But the roles are the same.
I think I've heard you say that before. When it comes to vice presidents, you were the last one to hold that office, and then the others have been deputies since then.
But say the 10th. I think it's
10th
more
vice president.
The 10th vice president of the republic, because that is history.
Yeah.
That is our own history. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
We carry it as long.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. 25 minutes to 9. We're having a conversation with the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, the party leader of the Wiper Democratic Movement Party, the 10th Vice President of the Republic. He says he wants to be on the ballot in the next election. It's 2027 constitutionally. Kalonzo is saying you never know.
You never know. It could be early.
I don't know what he knows. He'll tell us. Maybe he knows something. We'll be back shortly. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It wants tax. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, no, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning at 18 degrees. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 16. It's partly sunny at 18 in Nakuru, highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 26 as well in a sunny Nyeri at 16. It's 15 and sunny in Eldoret with highs of 23. And looking into Mombasa this morning at 28, it's mostly cloudy and mostly cloudy as well at 29. In Malindi, going to highs of 33. Kisumu is sunny at 23 with highs of 27. And at 21, Kakamega is sunny with highs of 26. It's a foggy morning in Kampala at 21 and Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 27. Johannesburg at 18 is cloudy and we're looking into a partly sunny Mogadishu at 29 and sunny at 12 in Addis Ababa. Clear in Lagos at 24, going to highs of 34, and at 23 Kinshasa is cloudy. We'll see highs of 31.
Spice up your life.
All right, it's been a busy morning. We're looking at slight reduction of traffic coming in on Kiamburo this morning. But we should be fine as you get towards Muthaiga Square, crossing over to that Ridgeways Junction. Still a little bit heavy on the Thika Superhighway as you come out towards that Pangani underpass, that stretch getting into the tunnel. That's at a standstill and moving very, very slowly as you get into the CBD. Through the morning, we'll see, but now we're looking at Landy's heavy with traffic. Gong Road traffic is also starting to pick up, so let's keep an eye on these things right about now. Morning traffic is normal at this point. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
20:09, we continue our conversation with the Wiper Democratic Movement Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who says he wants to be in the ballot next time there's a presidential election. There are those who have said, Mheshimiwa, that Kalonzo plays a game where he wants to negotiate for himself up to the very last minute. Look back at when you left KANU together with the others and went and formed the National Rainbow Coalition with those in the NAK. Those of you in LDP then by 2015, in the 2005 referendum, you formed ODM. And then Kalonzo went and formed ODM-K and left the others with ODM and went alone in this election. And then later, even with Wiper, even in the last election, when these leaders that you were friends with and you're having conversations with were talking about forming Azimio, Kalonzo was talking about forming One Kenya. And in the very end, you still ended up with the Azimio One Kenya and you coming in with One Kenya. And the people you were forming One Kenya with left you and went to Kenya Kwanza. So why Kalonzo plays alone until the very last minute where he seems to be negotiating something for himself?
No. Eric, I've never been a selfish leader. I've always been guided by what is in the best interest of our people and our nation. The problem, I think, has been that I've been principled. My word is my bond. And so when I have a situation where you say one thing today, you agree with friends and colleagues on this thing, and then you find they've all been approached overnight, and they disappear, like happened with the friends you talk about with regard to One Kenya Alliance, right? When some of our colleagues went to join Kenya Kwanza, it's understandable. But it is me who remained solid and convinced that the ideals which you espoused in terms of, for example, servant leadership and ability to make sure we give this country the kind of leadership that it deserves. That has always informed my positioning. Therefore, the journey from LDP, by the way, it was me with my friend Dennis Kode who formed LDP, and my brother Raila Odinga eventually joined, and of course the Rainbow Coalition, which brought Kibaki into office. When the mood of the country in 2002, when this country was adjudged the most optimistic nation on earth, because we had the most democratic election, and the outcome was so impressive. I remember Mzee Moi was trying to urge me to stick with KANU, and he came all the way on the Mombasa road, and I remember I used the words sitingiziki, I will not change, because the moment you take a position, a coalition, I believe in, and like now we are in Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. I believe in it. If people run away from it, it is not Kalonzo Musyoka is changing, but them. Okay, and I wanted to look at that in the history. When I then chose to run in 2007, by the way, the history of ODM and ODM Kenya, Eric, you got it wrong.
What came first?
ODM Kenya. Okay. All right? And then some other gentleman, Wakili Kodi Manyara, formed ODM, I think with connivance of people like my friends Chris Murungaru, and I think the then Attorney General Kiraitu, not Attorney General, Minister for Constitutional Affairs, because they wanted to split the Orange movement. Because we tried to register ODM Kenya, ODM, and then we were told, no.
ODM exists.
There's another ODM. So we say ODM Kenya. And I remember the late General Nkaiseri holding hands from Parliament to go to Sharia House looking for the certificate of registration of ODM Kenya. And it was then posted to Kinamans and others. So we were together in ODM Kenya. I remember I was in Halifax in Canada, and I told Najib Balala in Kisumu that time, announced that ODM, the Orange Movement, is going to be a party. So, in a way, from the background...
So you're saying you're not the one who split...
No, absolutely not.
From Raila, it was the other way around.
No, it was the other way around.
So
Raila bought, if you like, he didn't buy, I can't remember. I don't have evidence that he bought. But this other ODM, became an easy vehicle. Because we did not even know how to, I keep on saying, we didn't even know how to divide the orange. All right? So he took an orange... complete orange. We took one slice. We called it, at least if you looked at that orange, when I ran in 207, the orange was slashed. Sliced. So we didn't even know how to do that. It was very unfortunate. We didn't have the time. And this is why I'm now convinced these political decisions need to be taken early enough so there'll be no confusion. You see, what happens is the urgency to move in certain direction, and some people then get pushed into some corners, which are unfortunate. So this time around, we the coalition is there. We need to be able to settle our situation in our situation rooms, so that the country knows what is going to happen. In 2027 or earlier.
Yeah. Okay, or earlier. I think that we keep using that. Might be a buzzword for this morning, but all right.
I'll tell you the reason. I keep on saying earlier.
Yeah.
We haven't brought to a conclusion what happened in 2022. All right? And if you allow me, as a co-chair of the National Dialogue Committee, we had 4 points. Our side of the coalition had 4 issues to deal with. Number 1 issue was the cost of living, the high cost of living, which Kenyans are still suffering from. The number 2 issue was bringing to an end the matter of what happened in 2022, never mind the court process, and of course, we had to take judicial notice of what happened, but we needed to do an audit of 2022 elections. What would happen today, and Eric, if, for example, because under our recommendations, William Ruto and Raila Odinga are supposed to nominate each of them to appoint reputable audit firms to really look at the process of what happened in 2022. Suppose some overwhelming revelation comes to the fore. Would you still say you wait until 2027, or would you not rather resolve that issue? That's one possibility. That's one possibility. The rest, of course, you leave to God. Because the country is still hurting. The country has not healed from what happened. This problem of stolen elections every so often is unacceptable. The country had the election, the best election, as I said, which was adjudged the fairest in 2002. And since that time, what has happened? In 2007,
there have been stolen elections.
In 2007, the country even blew up. And I had the most difficult task of going to convince the world that our perpetrators in court, suspects, should at least be tried at home. And they came up and said, lobbied Parliament, don't be vague, go to The Hague. And what happened? Since that situation, this country has really not been the same.
Okay, so let's look at a situation where you talk about the fact that, now without the urgency of situation is why you've been able to then say, look, candidacy for presidency is mine. Okay.
Well, I'm not saying it's mine.
Well, you will be a candidate.
I like that. I think I should appoint you my negotiator.
We can talk about that later. But look, so here you say, I am putting myself out there.
Yes.
Previously, they've been able to talk you off that position, or you've been able to accept to step down from the position where you've said you want to be president before. And many would say their hopes were dashed because then you took yourself out of the running because somebody could speak to you. What would be different about this time? Could somebody else who wants to be president still not come to Kalonzo Musyoka and say, you know what, let's have a discussion. You step down in order for this to happen. It's happened not once, not even twice. It's happened severally. What's different about this time?
I'll tell you what is different. By the way, you have heard of the legal jargon, a fluxion of time. The time sometimes resolves some of these issues. All right. What happened in 2022, for example, and I think it's public knowledge that my brother Raila Odinga and myself had agreed in 2017 that whether we won or lost,
the next election,
whether we won or lost, he was going to support me
for the next
in 2022. We were very clear. Okay. But that then, circumstances then changed, necessitating Raila Odinga's candidature. And you can imagine how awkward, on what kind of awkward position I found myself in. That's why I said we will go to the ballot. Okay? And if you remember, I said I need time off because there's a big push. My party members and others who felt this is the next government, okay, and therefore we don't want to be out of government. But the thing about Kenyans feeling they don't need to be in government or in government is a misnomer. Because whether you're in opposition or you're in the ruling government, you are Kenyans. provided you get your rights under the law. That's why we insist on the rule of law, so that Kenyans, whether they're in opposition or in government, get services. Now, back to your question. I thought of what happened in 2007, okay, at some stage. And I realized, if I run now, this is according to the consultations. By the way, we've been very consultative. When you talk of Kalonzo Musyoka, I want you to know, behind me and my candidature are millions of Kenyans. And I need to consult them every step of the way. A lot of them felt, don't allow a situation where you run to the ballot, the country blows up again, you get blamed, that like happened in 2007. That informed the decision to say, okay, if this is it, let me now unconditionally support my brother Raila Odinga and my sister Mother Karua. And I did everything I could as a person, as a party leader, to deliver. And I think Kenyans know we delivered.
So you were not bullied into a position?
No bullying. It cannot be bullying. No, it cannot be bullying. But there are strong feelings, very strong feelings, that we needed to form this juggernaut. Okay? And of course, Kenyans know that it was a very difficult issue. It remains a very difficult issue. We actually don't know
today. It was a difficult issue. What is this? Because you're saying there were compelling other forces that then led us to having Raila as candidate again and not you. What is this? What is it that made Raila not say, we have a deal?
This was a transition election. Uhuru Kenyatta
it was always going to be a transition election.
No. I mean, the next election, if William Ruto would want to run again, okay, will not be a transition election. But after that, in 2032, assuming he wins, which is difficult, because I see him strictly being a one-term president, okay, and that is debatable even.
What I'm saying is, after 2018, 2022 was always going to be a transition election.
Okay, fine, transition election. We set up for a transition election. And here was a president who is leaving office, and he felt he wanted to have a certain legacy. Uhuru Kenyatta, in exercise of his own constitutional right, chose to support Raila Odinga. Okay? And therefore, you can imagine, with that push, on the one hand, my colleagues Weta and my colleague Mudavadi have been wooed into joining Kenya Kwanza. Okay? And we were a very strong coalition. In fact, we won several by-elections as one Kenya coalition. If Kenyans can remember, the senatorial contest in Machakos, another by-election in Western Kenya, I think two of them, Matungu, all right, as one Kenya Alliance. So you can imagine my sense of disappointment. But I said, I'll fight on, and because integrity is everything.
So Kalonzo, were you then pushed out of the race?
No. I wouldn't say pushed out.
I'm trying to understand this.
I talked about consultation.
You and Raila had an agreement.
Yeah.
All right? A gentleman's agreement, which I think we were even seeing some documents going round. That
I gave copies of it actually to some.
It was even
public.
Yeah, it was a public.
I made it public, and my brother Raila was very unhappy with that. But that is, I had to bring it out of my chest.
So there was that agreement.
Yeah.
And at some point, I believe that even you had mentioned to Uhuru, you know what, we have an agreement.
Yeah.
And Raila should have mentioned to Uhuru, we have an agreement.
Yeah.
But you're saying that the exiting incumbent had such a strong sway that this agreement was moot.
No. He didn't have to address the agreement. He was dealing with Raila Odinga as his possible successor. And of course, made all the necessary pushing and lobbying. Okay? So lobbying is not pushing. Okay? And I, on the other hand, I was consulting. Remember I said, I'm taking a week off. And actually I was pictured looking after my cows. All right? In the ranch. Looking at the animals. Because I needed to breathe. And to consult and reflect. In some of these heavy matters, you have to introspect. You have to pray, like I do pray. Okay? Pray over a situation. And I can tell you, prayer can work miracles. So my heart was clear that I was going to support Raila Odinga third time, unconditionally. And as you heard me say, I did that.
what would be different this time?
Well,
if you're met with the same kind of conversation where somebody's asking you once again to give way for another, whereby today...
To give now way for who?
Well,
another.
Whomever it could be.
Another.
Could be Raila again.
It could be Raila Odinga again. It could be anybody else. But it seems as though because you wanted to be you took the gentlemanly position and said, look at the situation of the country, what you said today.
That's right.
Look at the way in which Kenyans are thinking, behaving, acting today. And because of that, let me then throw my support behind somebody else. What's to say that this will not happen again?
I think it's, you remember I talked about a fluctuation of time? Time. And it's not, doesn't remain constant. Time is moving. And with it, I think the majority of Kenyans know that although this has been taken against me, when I once said that I'll be a fool or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Because those remarks were made at that particular time, taking into consideration the environment, the political environment. But now, as you have heard me say, we have a bit of time to resolve these things so that we know before the end of 2024, I've actually said this before, in 2024, when the next contest will be defined in 2024. So we must be very clear. Let us now go to the negotiating table and agree between ourselves. At least we have a coalition, and I believe in that coalition. And I'll do everything I can to sustain the unity of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. And we have also taken the view that strong Wiper is a strong Azimio. A strong ODM is a strong Azimio. A strong DAP Kenya is a strong Azimio. Okay? A strong KANU is a strong Azimio. Umoja One Kenya, and the other parties which are members of the coalition. So that's why you're going to see yesterday in our National Executive Council, we're going now to enhance the level of enlisting new members, and in fact even identifying those members who may want Kenyans who want to run on the Wiper ticket during the next election. So the general election that will then ensue will be determined in 2024. I've said that. And I think this is where...
What are the signs that we should look out for then this year? The signs?
We'll negotiate. We'll agree. And I think all of us are in agreement. We cannot wait and begin to haggle at the end who is going to be the flag bearer. This has to be settled now. And this will be the difference. So that the country will know, because William Ruto, on the other hand, keeps on saying, you remember he was laughing at our coalition.
When there was
we remember he used to say, I think in Ombaso he said something like, inaonekana sasa ni my brother Kalonzo.
If it is not you who is the flag bearer, will you leave? If it is not you who is the flag bearer,
will
you leave the coalition?
We can only deal with that. I don't think so. I believe in this coalition. And again, if you live in this country and you will know that this is a time for this Kalonzo Musyoka to give it a second trial after 2007.
Do you see
when I was calling all of us to serious action, all right, a 24-hour, 24/7 working nation. Because how else are we going to deal with this problem of unemployment? There's so confusion with William calling his hustlers now, even abandoning them altogether with high taxes. Can't even put food on the table. Okay? So we are very clear where we are going. And I can tell you, without even jumping the gun, if the issue is to be put on the table, which of us will be the flag bearer? I think we are well positioned.
We will go into the news and then we come back and continue this conversation. And question that I want to ask is whether you think the Azimio One Kenya alliance will survive to the next general election. We will deal with 2027 here in this room because that's what we know as the next election. Whether the Azimio One Kenya coalition, it's coalition, not alliance. Azimio One Kenya coalition will
it's
survive.
A political party. There's a bit of confusion. We'll be debunking it.
Okay. Coalition political party
alliance
will survive up to 2027. With everything else that's happening, there's a Kamwene conversation happening on one side. There is ODM people saying no, but we are strong, but why do we need the others? So all these things. The Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is our guest this morning. Keep it here. He'll still stay on after the news. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is Newswire Dennis Aseto. The Tanzanian skies are all clear for Kenya Airways just hours after Tanzanian Civil Aviation Authority suspended the national carrier from flying in its airspace in a tit-for-tat move. In a statement signed by Hamza Johari, the Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority Director General, the ban on Kenya Airways that was to take place from January 22nd has been withdrawn after Kenya heeded to their demands. Tanzania blocked Kenya Airways from flying to Dar, citing a reciprocity dispute that Kenya refused a request for all cargo flight operations by Air Tanzania Company Limited. Following the ban, Kenya and Tanzania announced that they had committed to resolving the row with Kenya's Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi and Tanzania's Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation January Makamba, saying they had spoken on the matter. And Tourism and Wildlife Cabinet Secretary Dr. Alfred Mutua has now directed owners of the accommodation facilities to ensure they are licensed in adherence with the Tourism Regulatory Authority laws. In a statement, CS Mutua raised concerns over the recent cases of deaths at private accommodations, saying the government will move in to regulate them in order to safeguard the public. While expressing regrets over the failure of some facilities to take responsibility, he underscored that his ministry would ensure any non-compliant owners face the law. And police have arrested 3 people in connection with the brutal murder of the land surveyor who was killed outside his home in Narok town last week. Confirming the arrest, Narok County Commissioner Isaac Masinde said that the trio is helping authorities track down other suspects who may have participated in Lawrence Nkamasiai's execution. Masinde did not reveal the name of the 3 suspects but suggested that a land deal gone sour could be the cause of Nkamasiai's murder, reaffirming that the police will bring to book all parties involved in the crime. And a 45-year-old man from Lamu County has been sentenced 12 years behind bars for forcibly taking his 3 daughters, 8, 4, 5 and 12, to undergo female genital mutilation in Boni Forest. The suspect committed the said infractions on diverse dates between January 1st and January 20th at Vipingoni, Lamu County, with the prosecution presenting 6 witnesses to support its case. While issuing the ruling Tuesday, Mpeketoni Senior Resident Magistrate Pascal Nabwana slapped the suspect with 3 charges of FGM-related offences, each attracting a sentence of 4 years that will run concurrently. And there was tension at the AIC Litain Girls Secondary School in Kericho after a group of parents and locals assembled at the school gate to storm the principal's office and forcefully remove her. The parents and members of the community came face to face with law enforcement officers as they sought to eject the school head over what they termed as poor performance. The angry community claimed that the school had lost its former glory as its main score had dropped from a high of 9 to 6. Disgruntled parents and locals claimed that the current school head was running down the school that is sponsored by AIC Church, saying they wanted her out. And a 34-year-old woman who was abducted by 3 unknown people who also defiled her daughter aged 13 years on the night of 13th January 2024 in a Lego Isab location, Migori County, is yet to be found 4 days since the incident. Some of the residents of Awendo Sub-County have called on the police to expedite the investigation process so that they can know the fate of the woman. Former councillor for South Sako, Martin Ondong, said they want the investigative officers to trace the woman and also arrest the people involved in the abduction. Ondong says they are running out of patience as a community. And the Agriculture and Food Authority has deregistered the Avocado Association of Kenya over claims of misconduct and breach of membership laws. In a letter dated Monday, January 15th, AFA's Horticulture Roll Crops Directorate accused the association of online misinformation and miscommunication on the avocado export business. According to the state agency ASOC, though its CEO, Ernest Muthomi, has been attacking fruit exporters, an action, it says, threatens multi-billion deals with avocado buyers, especially in the Middle East. And finally, Sudan has suspended its involvement in mediation efforts with IGAD, a group of East African nations that has sought to broker talks between the army and the paramilitary force it has been fighting for months. IGAD had offered to mediate between the two heads of Sudanese army and the rapid forces, including hosting a meeting to which both men had agreed to. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so on Jogo Road is where we're looking at busyness happening, coming through towards Haile Selassie. In and outbound traffic there is really busy. Into the CBD, most of it's happening here. Also, Ring Road Westlands, if we're looking on the western side of things, busy this morning. It's also busy coming off of Limuru Road. I think that's where we'll see most of the spots this morning where it's happening, as well as coming off Muranga Road and then touching on Globe Cinema at the overpass. Bumper-to-bumper situations here, there and everywhere, including coming off of Thika Super Highway, where it's still very busy getting into town. Keeping an eye on things, let's do it. A few minutes after 9 o'clock, still traffic. Let's see what happens at the end of traffic hour. And we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 9, Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues on Spice FM, on YouTube, on Facebook, and we are also now live on KTN News. We are hosting the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, the leader of the Wiper Democratic Movement Party. It's Eric and Ndu. City has stepped out for a meeting, but he was here earlier, and he also met with Kalonzo on his way out, and they shook hands and they agreed that they're together.
In good practice.
In good practice, that they're in this journey together. Have you downloaded Maramoja Taxi app? You should, because Maramoja Taxi app, as we've been saying, is a Kenyan taxi hailing app, and it works very well, pays very well to the drivers, and it's the cheapest in the market for you as a user, as the fare. And also, if you use SPICE30 as your code, you get a 30% discount on your next ride. And if you load money into the Maramoja wallet, you get 50% extra immediately into that wallet. Our conversation continues. Mheshimiwa, we had mentioned, the question of Azimio, One Kenya coalition political party, and whether this coalition will last until 27 and go into the election of 2027. What do you think? You see it lasting?
And
I'm asking this question based on the history of the coalitions that you've participated in before. Cod Coalition, 2013.
There was NAC, by the way.
Yes, there was
NAC.
NAC Coalition broke by the next election.
Into power.
And then 2013, there was the Cod Coalition. By 2017,
had a lot of tear gas.
There was another coalition. 2022, another coalition. Do you see
NASA,
this one?
by the way.
Yeah, it was NASA in 2017. Do you see this one going into the next election?
Well, I wouldn't be worried about that, Eric. And I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
the end game, and it's not being Machiavellian, but we have to remain responsive to the political situation in the country. For now, I can tell you with confidence that it's the intention of all of us, members of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party, to remain united. We think it is in the best interest of our country. It is in the best interest of evolution of democratic practice in our country. And we don't want to disappoint Kenyans, because I keep hearing them saying, please hold together. Please hold together, so that you will at any given time have two main political formations. However, you can never rule out the possibility of some people feeling disgruntled or something. My urge is, if that situation arises, we should discuss. Remember, I started by saying the next political contest in the form of a general election, right, will have to be defined in 2024. So this is a time to define these things, debunk our own coalition, find out where did the rain, for example, start beating us, and so that we can remain united. But I can tell you that as of now, I have no indications whatsoever from any of our coalition partners that they would want to act in a manner that will diminish the effectiveness of the coalition, because we must hold this government to account.
You know, the conversation about 2024 being the determinant for 2027 has been said by you this morning more than once.
Yes.
But in that coalition of yours, you're the only one so far that I've had saying it. Maybe the others have said it, but we haven't heard it. We have seen some movement, internal movements within the Azimio One Kenya coalition, of trying to have conversations that maybe would shape the direction of Azimio or would shape the direction out of Azimio. The Kamwene conversation, for example, that's spearheaded by some members of Jubilee and NAK Kenya, and you have even made a comment about that.
Yeah, I did, and I can tell you that I'm well informed that that is a caucus. So, as far as I know, my sister Mother and my friend Jeremiah Kioni have been the proponents, and they mean well. They mean well in terms of wanting to pass certain political messages, particularly in the Mount Kenya region. But all within, because they've assured us, all within Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. I've not heard any of them say they may want to leave the coalition.
Okay, let's look at the coalition and the reasons why it came together in the first place. And it seemed as though, here we're looking at circumstances, in most cases, will influence what you will do. And here, a lot of people come together who maybe were together before, maybe were not. But circumstances brought this coalition together. And I'm still coming back to the point where Kalonzo Musyoka has said he wants to be president 2027, again, for the purposes of this room for now. 2027, you want to be president in that year. From a coalition whose interests are as diverse as they come, and who may have other individuals who want to be in that position. It will be a position that you have been in before. This coalition having come together on those diverse points, should they decide, or should conversations happen when a different flag bearer from Kalonzo Musyoka is chosen? Play that against your conviction to be president of this country. Will you remain? And it is a reality, or it is a possibility of a reality that you must take into consideration, bearing on the fact, the manner in which things have happened historically.
Allow me not to engage in speculation about what will happen to the coalition or what will not happen to the coalition. For now, take it, perhaps, as they say, to the bank, right? That you're dealing with a very serious political, with a very serious presidential hopeful.
Yes.
Very serious.
Okay.
Take it that. Because it's the best interest of the country, not just because of, I've actually said, I'm the face of a struggle. The face of a struggle. The Kenyans who are suffering high taxation like has never happened before. I've heard William Ruto argue that he wants to practice Kibaki type of economics. He forgets that I was Kibaki's deputy, if you like, vice for 5 years. And Kenyans will know President Kibaki had some health challenges. Who do you think, William Ruto, who do you think was driving Kibakinomics, if you like?
Raila,
All right?
Raila has told us it was him.
No. Raila and Kalonzo are together.
Okay.
But I was the principal assistant to President Kibaki when the economy of this country grew substantially at about 7% of GDP under Kibaki. I keep on telling people that Kibaki was so selfless that even when we were launching this Thika superhighway, and I see he's already having huge problems with traffic, but it's a major piece of infrastructure. Kibaki was so selfless, we would not even allow it to be named after him. He asked me, Vice President, you want me to have this named after me, but this road will lead to some place. Of course, that was the end of the conversation. We worked with Kibaki. We have the experience. And the experience, therefore, informs us that this country is headed the wrong way. You cannot tax Kenyans, right? And I call this a slush fund, by the way. It's a matter that is canvassed, one of the issues that I think William wants to discuss with the Chief Justice, all right? Because their main concern is this housing tax, which is Minister for Finance calls investment levy. I don't know who is fooling who. And the PS Housing appeared before the National Dialogue Committee and called it a tax. So this is a situation which is unacceptable. And if you allow people to be overtaxed and they cannot take their children to school, children are now going back to school. Parents are crying all over. There's confusion in the entire education system. Remember, I was Minister for Education for 3.5 years. Okay, and I know that time when we started free primary education with Mzee Kibaki. Even that, we are seeing a situation of winding back the gains in terms of free and compulsory primary education. So, why would you think that yours truly would be persuaded this time round to give way when he has given so much to the struggle, the face of a struggling nation? A face is saying no to impunity. The face says the only document we have that can hold us, and we painstakingly negotiated Constitution 2010, and all of us, state officers, are to swear to uphold the Constitution, all right, out there to Uhuru Park. By the way, I think they've messed up Uhuru Park. I feel very unhappy about it because I was thinking maybe people will move from Uhuru Park and drive them out of State House. I think Kenyans better understand how to do these things. But whatever is happening, there's a different story. We saw that to uphold the rule of law in accordance with the Constitution. I repeat, fidelity, #fidelity to the Constitution. So, therefore, please do not belabor the point. Kenyans know each other. We know each other as leaders. We know. It's just like they don't want to say it now. As my party organ said, we will push this thing through the normal channels. In due course, due process, delegates conference. This is the time. Thank you.
Kalonzo, you were recently given an opportunity by Parliament to co-chair the National Dialogue. And in that National Dialogue, of course, like you've said, the Azimio side brought some issues to the table. The Kenya Kwanza side brought some issues to the table. Kenyans had brought their issues to the table long before. And one of the issues, the big issues, was the cost of living. And then there were other issues, of course, coupled with the political and the healing process from 2022 that talked about reviewing the election outcome and ensuring that there's electoral justice going forward. The report that came out of that lengthy process did not adequately address the issue of the cost of living, which is what is, like you've said, is currently front and center of Kenyans' minds. What do you tell Kenyans? Why did you fail them?
I tell Kenyans not to lose hope. We were very clear, and we tried to help this government. or this regime, if you like, to see that Kenyans were suffering. But they didn't want to. So we find the elephant ears. We try to even get them. There's a young man called Cheruiyot, the leader of the majority in the Senate.
Yep.
I find him proactive. He tried to do whatever he could to convince his colleagues on the other side, checking with KRA and others what it is they could give or not give. And he came and briefed us. But at the end of the day, we said a shilling here, a shilling there from a road levy or something. It doesn't add up. And so we told them that we have agreed to disagree, and Kenyans have the option to take the necessary action. Now, which might include them demonstrating, because one of the things that is now clear in Kenya's mind is it is their constitutional right to picket, to demonstrate as occasion demands, provided, and there's always that very important proviso, they do so unarmed. So please remember, we lost close to 80 young Kenyans because of demonstrations. They could not even allow us to even give them decent send-off, including a requiem mass. Even the churches were given instructions not to allow us to go out and there and pray for the souls of these young people. The pain that country went through last year was excruciating, and it is still there, bottomed up, all right? So we did our best, and this report now is before Parliament.
Okay. But then, Mheshimiwa, Kenyans...
But on the cost of living, we have disagreed. And we still insist that this cost of living, Eric, we still insist the cost of living is a big issue. Look at this tax. Why are they so obsessed with this housing tax? This is what will drive Kenya Kwanza home. If they care to listen.
Yep.
Yeah. Because every Kenyan with a payslip, the middle class, you see, in order to help the hustler nation, you don't have to slay the goose that lays the golden egg. And that the Kenyan middle class, over years, unlike many African nations, this country has developed a middle class, complete with a diaspora. And I'm sure a lot of them are listening to your shows, who know that the remittances from Kenyans abroad, sometimes I think it's already overtaken our agricultural exports.
It is top,
right? It's top, right?
Yep.
The top thing. That why would you want to discourage these Kenyans? It is not the business of government to go and building houses. Make the environment attractive. There are a lot of private developers, by the way, who have been doing this, and they can afford to sell these houses cheaply, where there is the market forces, so that if you're overselling your flats or something, your development, the developments that you real estate developers everywhere, all right, that competition is healthy. But we are in defense of the middle class. These are the people who make it possible for Kenyans to at least eke a living. If you now overtax them, then you kill them. If elections are held tomorrow, I'll tell you what I would do if I was elected president. I will, with the first executive order, like William Ruto did, to get those judges.
To appoint judges. Yours would be to
do away with that housing tax.
The Azimio manifesto talked about housing.
Yeah, but it didn't say you overtax and kill people.
Your presidential candidate talked about implementing the housing fund, which Uhuru had tried to do, but was stopped by the court.
I think he listened.
And
not only
Raila
that,
had
I
said,
think they listened.
we are going to reintroduce the housing fund. We will follow process, but we will have a housing fund. So
what
you're
happened,
also
Eric?
going to form a housing fund. Had you been elected into office?
Thank you. After following due process, after listening to Kenyans, I've heard some of these sycophants say that even against a court order, they will go on and have public participation over these issues.
They begin today,
I call that sycophancy. I call it, it's really degrading the rule of law. Kenyans must have a conversation. How many Kenyans say they would welcome the idea of a housing tax after due process, after the matter was canvassed before Parliament? The majority of them, over 90%, including key stakeholders, captains of industry and others, all right, who are now forced to even lay off Kenyans. Do you know that during our talks we discovered, for example, over 6,000 companies registered and operating in Kenya had actually moved to the regions, right? That means loss of Kenyan jobs. That's what I'm saying. This thing called housing tax will drive William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza home.
Do you know what?
If they don't listen.
Sure. Do you know what the perception is in some quarters? And I think it is important sometimes to look at what the perception is. That there's a lot of clamor on this one thing for a time where many Kenyans are united, unfortunately, in the grieving of the loss because of the economy.
Yeah.
And that it is being used as currency to drive popularism here.
No.
This is the perception, and we must accept it.
Yeah, continue.
So that because one side is not in government, that thing is being used to push an agenda. And that what is the litmus test to show that leaders, whether they're in government or whether they're in the opposition, really are bothered about this thing that Kenyans are suffering from, because we cannot play with it. It is actually a very serious matter.
It is.
That what people were able to purchase with 100 shillings in 2024, even in 2023, is very different from what they were able to purchase 3-4 short years ago. But it looks as though it's being used as currency for expediency because a particular side is not in government.
No.
And my question is, how do you reverse that perception? Because would it be a pain point if the roles were reversed? And that's the question that people are asking.
Yes.
And how do you convince people of that?
I know that William Ruto and his government have been arguing about the debt problem in this country. We have been in government, and we know, for example, Kenyans will remember we used to talk of the Paris Club, where countries would do debt rescheduling. We've offered solutions during the National Dialogue Committee. It is not that we are just wanting to take advantage. Far from it. We don't want to sound cheap, but we're dealing with the real suffering of the Kenyan people. And we brought these matters to the table. We even brought our own economic teams. You remember Governor Deritu, one of our foremost young economists, former governor of Laikipia, leading our teams on what is the alternative that we would want to prefer before the Kenyans. So it is not that we want to take advantage of the suffering of the Kenyan people. We must thank God because now the rains are looking good. Never mind they didn't even get the weather forecasting right. I think they should have talked to you whether we were going to El Nino rains or not. All right? The devastation that then ensued and the squandering of public resources in the name of trying to deal with that issue of El Nino phenomenon. Now we thank God for the rains and the good crop. Right? But I can tell you, this issue of the cost of living and the way the Kenya Kwanza regime is tackling it will definitely not, it's not satisfactory. We've tried to tell them. In any event, if they feel dissatisfied with that, William Ruto himself has said he prefers a strong opposition. We are not going to sit there and see Kenyans suffering. We will tell it as it is, as the alternative to Kenya Kwanza.
One of the main issues that you've been pushing as Azimio is the repealing of the Finance Act and saying it introduced measures that are the ones that are hurting Kenyans in terms of just taking everything from their pocket from all angles. But then the Finance Act was passed by Parliament.
After, as it was passed, that's what I referred to, Eric. What was the level and what was the conclusion with regard to the public participation? Over 90% of all those people who participated said no to that Finance Act, including the churches, by the way.
Yes.
And I applaud the Roman Catholic bishops. They have been very consistent because these are men and women, through the priests and everybody who is listening, who are listening to what the Kenyans are saying. They are suffering. It is, again, not populism It isn't. And why would a Catholic bishop want to sound popular? This is the reality on the ground.
So Kenyans told Parliament,
that
we don't
this thing
like
is wrong.
the proposed measures.
Of course.
And yet Parliament
And then they
passed
decided
it.
to push it. William Ruto himself has said, these are painful measures.
Parliament,
and then plays speculation
Yeah.
that hopefully in the years ahead, things will get better. Well, what have other countries done? Kibaki and us brought in the stimulus package to be able to rescue the suffering businesses.
Yeah.
In his case, it is adding punitive taxes.
It's stimulus
This
package
is the
to
difference.
the government.
Yeah.
My question is, Parliament being the independent institution that it should be,
Yeah.
passed this.
Mhm.
Your party has members in Parliament. In fact, your party occupies the position of deputy minority leader
Yes.
in Parliament,
Mhm.
in those houses,
Yeah.
right?
And do you know the reality?
Why?
If
why
democracy,
do we see,
Eric,
yeah,
taking you on that point alone,
yeah,
if it had not been the shenanigans, the gerrymandering, the corruptly buying leadership, messing up, and therefore one of the agenda items under NADCO was fidelity to multi-party democracy, we would be the majority party in Parliament. And this is clear. Therefore, you refer to member for Kadhiani, who is a Wiper member of for Kadhiani constituency, who is a deputy to Wandai. Both of them should actually be the majority and I mean the majority leader and the deputy majority leader.
So
And
Kenyans
this is an
elected
issue.
a majority Azimio
Of
members
course. And then
to
they were
Parliament.
bought off, some of them, with all
What
kinds
does
of
this
things. It
buying
must
off
be in
mean?
government. Buying off means enticing. I think some of them, I understand, are very unhappy. You remember UDM, with 2 governors, for example,
Yeah.
and I think 7 members of parliament. Those were the first ones to go. All right? And it was very clear in terms of the coalition documentation that they were in Azimio, La Umoja, One Kenya.
Okay.
Why would the person or group of persons that have taken leadership go and say, these are our people anyway? Yeah. Like I had to tell and plead with William Ruto and tell him, Mr. President, listen, all right? You are UDA leader. Leave Jubilee alone. But did we not see him the other day, even after conclusion of the NADCO sittings, him hosting 120 Jubilee MCS.
For chai.
For chai. What does that mean? What
You
do
tell
call
me,
that?
what does that, fidelity to the Constitution? I want
And
to
fidelity constitution
I want
means
to go
we,
back to
Kenya shall
something.
be a multi-party democracy.
Mheshimiwa,
Yeah, look at that constitution.
you're a senior counsel. You have participated in legislation in this country since 1983, right?
Yeah.
When you joined Parliament. And then
No, I
since
joined
then,
in 85.
In 85,
I
yes.
first ran in 83 and lost.
When you joined Parliament in 85, all those years you've participated, even in the writing of this current constitution,
Indeed.
you are involved. I want to say something that is obviously obvious to you, but is clearly appearing like it's not obvious. We, the people of Kenya, in 2010, voted by a majority to adopt a new constitution.
Indeed, that's
We
correct.
promulgated a new constitution. We gave ourselves a new constitution. In that constitution, we have defined several things that are ideals. First, we define our boundaries and say this is a territory called Kenya. And then we also define our ideals. This is a Bill of Rights. Each one of us has a right to this and the other, and some of these rights are inalienable. We then said we are going to exercise our sovereign authority directly or through elected leaders and institutions, and we created those institutions. We created a government and made it a three-stooled government, three-legged stool. We said there's going to be an executive. We shall elect the head of that executive. We said there's going to be a judiciary. We are not going to elect it, but we shall have proper mechanisms of making sure that only the best sit in that judiciary. We shall elect our direct representatives into the Houses of Parliament. And we said we shall give them powers, our representatives. Parliament was given powers by the people to represent them. It was given powers by the people to write laws that would ensure that we achieve our ideals as a people. It was given powers by the people to create a budget and to manage that budget by oversighting the executive and making sure that everything that the executive does is in accordance with the law. And Parliament has this tick that it can use to bring the executive back in line. And if there's any dispute, it can then go to the judiciary,
Indeed.
which shall be the independent arbiter. We have given Parliament so much powers. We have even given Parliament powers to receive reports from independent offices, the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Controller of Budget. If there is any misuse of our public funds, the Controller of Budget and the Auditor General shall flag it to Parliament. Parliament shall use that report to also whip the executive back in line.
Mm-hmm.
So in this matrix...
You make a very good constitutional lawyer, by the way.
I'm a good student of what you've been saying. In this entire matrix, Parliament is a very, very powerful institution. We, the people, have given Parliament so much power. Please explain to me, Mheshimiwa, what witchcraft is this? That we can then see Parliament coming back to the people and saying it has been emasculated by the executive. How?
Wonderful. Unfortunately, that is what has happened.
How?
And I gave you an example of, for example, emasculating the political outcomes immediately after the elections. That Kenya would actually have ended up like the situation in the US today, where the Democrats are the majority in Congress. All right? And I think the Republicans are the majority in the Senate. You can correct me on that. And that would be very good in terms of checks and balances. It would be a very strong parliament if the executive is led by Kenya Kwanza and the legislature is in the hands of Azimio. Mm-hmm. But they did not want to allow that. So the first emasculation happened at that point. First of all, getting the numbers, creating fear, intimidation, and then you end up, and this seems to continue. And by the way, the outcomes of the National Dialogue Committee was that this should stop. This is why it is important for Parliament to adopt that report. Because under its terms, we will cause amendment to Article 103 of the Constitution, where, for example, if an ODM member, and you remember some of them were de-whipped, and some of them were even removed as members of Parliament, all right? But to give effect to that decision, we need to amend the Constitution at Article 103 so that if a member voluntarily or goes through a disciplinary process of his own political party and they are removed, then they have to go back to the electorate and seek a fresh mandate. This is how to make sure the emasculation of Parliament stops. As it is, it continues. You know, oh goodies. By the way, I think the reality, Eric, if you check the reality, is that this is a continuing process because people are afraid that if Parliament acts properly, like in the matter of the this taxation proposals, then they will say stop it. But you want to a situation where the executive bulldozes through Parliament. And this is what we are saying must stop. And the same, of course, the three-legged stool. The law, for example, the Law Society of Kenya, is to ensure that they give proper advice to, along with that of the Attorney General, to the executive, which they can choose to follow, as in this case, of course, they have chosen to go their own way.
But you know, Mheshimiwa, I find this hard to swallow and to fathom.
But we, the people, and by the way, on that one, Eric, remember...
If we created this institution and made it powerful, is it that those who are going into the office of Member of Parliament, of Senator, do not understand the power that they wield? Is it that the institution of Parliament does not understand? Because why Parliament gives the executive the budget, but then Parliament is pleading with the executive for the implementation of that budget. Parliament is going on strike because money has not been given back to Parliament.
We try to deal with that issue, by the way. But listen to me. We, the people, all right? And the people delegate the power to do all those things to their elected representatives. But where the elected representatives in Parliament, say even in the county assemblies, act in contravention of the people's expectations, then the people have the right to withdraw that delegated authority. This is when people say, we go to the streets, we demand our rights, our own people have been bought off, and please allow that situation. Members of parliament actually do get bought. Yeah, they actually do get bought.
Yep.
And so we must make sure that doesn't continue. That's why I'm saying fidelity to the rule of law, fidelity to the Constitution. That is what will save us. And I started by saying the Constitution itself is a living document, okay? And it, on occasion, we may have to cause one or two amendments. The American Constitution, I think, went through several amendments. So, but as of now, let us stick to what we have. A very progressive Constitution, very strong, under the Bill of Rights, the chapter on the Bill of Rights, and the rights, basic rights of the Kenyan people, the right to shelter, the right to decent life, the right to education. All those basic rights are written there. And when they see a violation of those rights, they have the right to go to the streets. So when that happens, police should not come with live bullets and shoot them dead.
So then maybe the question is then, the Constitution is not what has the issue. The Constitution is not what has the problem. That is prescribed properly. It's the leaders then who have been transferred, to whom this power has been transferred delegated to, who have an issue.
Yes.
It's the members of parliament. It's those who hold the least, but in my opinion, some of the fundamentally most important centers of power. It's those who have what I'll simply call bad manners and are not actually doing what ought to be done. And so then we have a collapsed system. So the Constitution doesn't have an issue. And this is my question. With whomever leader will be there in the future, because many would argue that currently we're in a bit of a problem.
A bit of a problem is an understatement.
It is. I'm choosing my words carefully for the purposes of sanity. Now, if we say that somebody, who is that person going to be who will uphold the sanctity of the law, who will uphold the sanctity of the rights of the people? Because as far as I'm concerned, if the picture of the nation is the most vulnerable people, that's the true picture. And if that's the picture that's being painted and remains that what people are looking at, then we have a problem. And if we can easily say, as though it's nothing, that leaders to whom this power has been delegated can be easily bought off, we have to ask ourselves the question, what on earth is going on? And we're still being asked, 5 years after 5 years, to put hope back into those same people.
Uchawi.
How?
Uchawi.
Yeah.
Voodoo.
It's some serious juju.
But we must not lose hope. We must not lose hope. But allow me to say, we are not again as a country operating as an island, all right? We are within a community of nations, and this country's space, our own space, is even getting violated. Because of misrule at home, you're now seeing that the existence, the very foundation of the East African community itself, and we have the East African Treaty establishing the community. The membership has grown to include Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, who are currently the chair, and DRC, and even recently Somalia.
Yep.
Now, look at that market for Kenyan goods. If only we can get our manufacturing sector going, working 24/7 again, without pilferage, without stealing, all right? And I don't want to address corruption. Corruption has been spoken of so much that Kenyans have become immune to that thing. They wonder, will anybody ever help us out of this? But these, the standards of performance, the normal interstate relations, even this is threatened. The DRC withdrew the ambassador to Kenya. Sudan, a member of IGAD, has withdrawn its ambassador to Kenya. Of course, Somalia and Ethiopia are almost at each other's logos. None of what we're doing as a country. But look at, and I'm happy that Kenya Airways have resolved the issue with Tanzania, because it's beginning to look another front. Uganda has taken Kenya to the East African Court of Justice because of the infamous G2G matter of how we fuel our vehicles and how we should treat a landlocked country like Uganda, like Rwanda, like Burundi, Okay, so you're looking at a situation where the country is becoming like a lone ranger. So our own diplomacy is at stake, and nobody takes Kenya seriously. That's another problem. Okay, and we have, as Kenyans, I think if we do need to have that conversation and see how we can restore. For example, nobody should be allowed to demean the importance of the community. As I started by saying, even others borrowed from us in the 70s. But right now, we're in a flux again. The goofing we see. Remember at the beginning of this thing, first of all, people say that Kenya was cutting off diplomatic relations with Sahrawi Republic and others, only to realize, wow, another goof. So, but some of us are there to assist, because in the interest of the country, then we stop being opposition and we are ready to help where we can.
Accountability is a big thing, Mheshimiwa. In those that have been entrusted with positions of leadership, they ought to be accountable at every stage, whether they're in office or even after they're in office. Now we look at the things that have happened in this country over many years, and we keep skipping the beat on accountability. You are involved in the diplomacy to push for, let's have an internal justice mechanism for the post-election violence of 2007.
Indeed.
It did not happen.
It didn't happen.
Even locally, those that participated in killing, in destroying property, in maiming their neighbors, were never held to account.
Indeed.
And that conversation
today,
just went
by
and
the
died.
way, I can tell you the people in Kisii, because the community of Kisii were badly affected at the border, Chebilat area, border between Kericho and Kisii. And Kisiis got hold of their fellow Kisiis and gave them houses and residence and comfort. And to date, that problem has never been addressed. The issue of internally displaced and justice for them. And people who were uprooted from their farms in the Rift Valley and other places. That issue has just been glossed over. So when Kenyans look at this, they wonder, what is our justice system? So it is important to look again as those historical injustices. People in these days, you hear some of them saying state capture. I don't know from which angle, state capture. But there are basic issues that should have been addressed, and in order to bring correct healing and real healing to this country, a country of great potential, very hard-working people.
And yet
we want to be able to release their potential.
Kenyans look at leaders such as yourself, the top national leaders of this country. You are one among the few, maybe you're about 7 of you, right, who are the top leadership of the country. And we don't hear much about the conversation on the justice. The Agenda 4 commissions, after the 2008 dialogue was reached, there was a Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, produced a report. Kriegler produced a report on how we should do our elections.
Indeed.
Even since then, there have been incidences of violence, of violation of people's rights, and there have been calls for accountability and justice. But we don't hear consistent and strong voices from the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka on this. From the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka saying, as Wiper, this will be our continuous call for the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission report to be discussed in Parliament. Because we are a parliamentary political party, this shall be the one thing that we keep asking every new cycle. We don't hear this from you.
I take your challenge, Eric, and we will need to do that. Because if we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections. If we can get rid of this cancer of every so often people doing all kinds of things, Camagos and the rest of them from Venezuela and others, messing up our own sovereignty. Where the Chief Justice, for example, and our team, if you remember, sitting as a Supreme Court, made an order that this Venezuelan company should open the servers. And you know what they did? They even could not obey that order. citing intellectual property rights and what have you. So you see that our own sense of independence gets aggressed upon. So those are issues, and the pertinent issues I share with you, Eric, that we need to open discussion. So we bring closure. The problem is all those reports are there, but they've never been brought up to public discussion. I remember during the National Dialogue Committee sittings, we heard from Attorney General Emeritus Okoh, who has been a key player in the history of this country, saying we perhaps need a national conversation. A national conversation. When the healing takes place or when the political situation allows, it may be important. As Kenyans, remember one time even Mzee Moi, we had a conference at the KICC, which was Damn the Kenya We Want. The Kenya we want. So we must stop this aggression, one arm of government against the other one, in violation of the Constitution, and we the people are just sitting there watching in dismay, even as they come up and say they want to sell state corporations. The KICC, for example. I think that that conversation was very interesting. I followed it. It looks like somebody gave the wrong figures to William, and that was not what KICC as a parastatal was able to make. It's an iconic building. Even if you look at, I think, Kenya currency note, you will see that the KICC is not to be played with. You know, there are things that are in the category of national heritage, which should not be played with. But on this issue, Eric, of governance, I've seen today, in today's one of the publications, I think not the People Daily, the one dealing with economic issues.
Business Daily.
Yeah, Business Daily.
Yeah.
I really admire Business Daily. But today they come up with something the cabinet approved on what they're calling single something.
It's a treasury single account.
A treasury single account.
Yeah.
That's another very interesting situation. We should be talking of separating in order to act in the best interest of what the Constitution provides and strengthen devolution. Have a separation. I think I saw him arguing, Tata arguing about this point. A separation between the Ministry of Finance and the National Treasury.
Yeah.
Because whoever is in position who wields power can always manipulate a situation. Hence you hear them rightly or wrongly arguing about empty coffers.
Yeah.
We should be able to make it impossible for anybody leaving office not to interfere with the National Treasury. Of course, those are allegations and they remain as allegations.
Okay.
1 year after they took office,
For that to
why
happen,
would they say they don't have the necessary funds?
For that to happen, it's just a piece of legislation.
Yeah.
Through Parliament.
I'm hoping to see that this is going to be a wiper-sponsored
We will push
piece
this
of
through
legislation.
Senate. I've given instructions to Senator Ambua. He actually briefed me that they're going to have a bill in the Senate to deal with this matter of separation
Okay.
in order to act in the best interest of devolution. Have the National Treasury as a custodian of our heritage. And not governments who come in today and they leave tomorrow.
I hear you. We are where we are right now as a country where, like you've said, rightly said, going around the country and people are feeling the pain of the economic situation, brought about in part by the current debt burden. Even the president said the other day, one of the things that's keeping him awake is this debt issue. Out of more than 70% of revenues are going into repaying debt. And looking back and wondering, does this debt actually lead to, was it properly applied or was it not? What's Wiper's position on our current debt situation?
First of all, we must remind President William Ruto that he was part and parcel of Jubilee government. He was not even vice president, by the way. He was deputy president for 10 years. You heard me say I was Kibaki's vice president for only 5 years, and we grew this economy, along with, of course, the Grand Coalition government partners, including Raila Odinga. Him and William and his boss that time, Uhuru Kenyatta, were in charge of the reins of leadership for 10 good years when they went for those commercial loans. And remember, Kenyans will have forgotten the story of a Eurobond. We may one of these days ask ourselves, who are the true beneficiaries of that saga? And where were they? So they're now claiming...
Why do we need to ask that question, Mheshimiwa?
Because as we unveil the truth about state capture and whatever, they might find they're all engrossed in it. We have followed, and I think that my friend Jimmy Wanjigi has been here, and I know him as a serious operative, and he can tell you a lot about the story of the Standard Railway gauge. All those things. The culmination of which was heavy external debt. But the way to deal with the debt issue is to negotiate. You don't lord it over, I repeat, lord it over poor citizens to carry the burden of corruption, if you like. That's a problem. But William Ruto was deputy president for 10 years.
What is Wiper's position?
And therefore he can never lay any claim to relating economically with President Kibaki.
He can't pass it on and say that he's not...
No, he's really passing on, running away from responsibility.
Yeah.
First of all, he must own up. Say he was deputy president for 10 years. Yeah.
What is Wiper's position on our national debt?
Our position is we will need to renegotiate, particularly where the knock-on effect is the high cost of living. So, Wiper getting a space, and Wiper is operating within the framework of Azimio.
Okay.
Our position has been elaborated very, very clearly.
What does renegotiate mean?
Team.
We have seen Ethiopia opening conversation on renegotiating its debt, which has led to it having to default so that it renegotiates. Is that what you're advocating?
Of course, default. On this point, I agree with William. Everything must be done to make sure the countries do not default. But the way they go about it, that's the deception in economics, deception in management. The external debt should not be used as an excuse to mess around with the Kenyans' welfare.
Okay. Winding down to the end of this, but look, you wrote a book.
I think it's up. It must be due for up. What is it? Or writing another edition.
Yes,
you need a new edition.
A new edition, right? Updating a number of things.
Yes.
Against all odds, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka talk about, traversing the political sphere, growing up, and then entering into politics, working as, negotiator for peace in the region. But one of the things that struck me is you talk about your fears. You talk about your fears in the political space and your fears for the country. And I think it's important for any leader worth his or her salt to acknowledge some of those fears. And even as we look through some of the things that you've documented here and the dates and the different things that happened, are some of those fears still resident with you today?
One of the very interesting chapters was, because we had occasion to discuss this, I think we had a conversation even here about coalition formations and disbanding of the same, was when in that book William Ruto comes to my house with Uhuru Kenyatta at night. I was waiting for them from 7 o'clock. I think they must have passed through some street corner and discussed a strategy on how to deal with me. They came. We ended up, by the way, the convener of that meeting was Jimmy Wanjigi. He was the Mr. Fix.
He was the in-between.
He was an agent provocateur. He brought them. That's why we say we know each other so well. And out of that, I've heard stories saying that I said that when the two of them are taken to the Hague, go to jail, then I'll take over. Can you imagine
and you will protect
what
them.
vice president, leave alone vice president, an normal human being would wish to tell a suffering duo that when you guys go to jail, I'll come and help you? Ridiculous. That's why I'm suing Duale, because he has written a book on that chapter. He was not in it. Yeah, and it's a very exciting suit against Duale, because he wrote about things he doesn't know. Therefore, I commend Kenyans to read my book again. If you allow me, you can show them against all odds.
So you never said those words?
No.
So what are your fears?
The record is very straight.
So what are your fears?
Remember, I had just finished doing the infamous Chateau diplomacy. Okay? And I was saying that I offered that I will continue with this effort, right? And there are things which, of course, some are state secrets. I can't even tell you the things I was able to do on their behalf with President Kibaki. I can't talk about those.
What are your fears?
My fears is this merry-go-round political situation, manipulation. You know, by the way, it looks to me, the reason I say 2024 is a defining year, it looks to me that some of my political colleagues have been in this business of saying, stop this fellow. You should never take over the leadership of this country. Then they play manipulation, this manipulative go. If I was to tell you, for example, the same Jimmy Wanjigi brought William Ruto, or went to see William Ruto with him, William Ruto swore, I will support my brother Steve. Let me handle Uhuru Kenyatta. I am ready to become the majority leader. And you will be the president, Uhuru will be the deputy. All those things, okay? So this time round, we are not into that kind of game. We are ready. We know the game. We know we've been cheated. We know we've been manipulated. And we are going, everything is subject to the will of the people. If the will of the people is we run to the ballot, we will.
You've been played too many times.
Absolutely.
And not again.
Yeah, not again. Oh, no. I think I've suffered. I should not be in opposition. Yeah, absolutely.
Where were you being played?
I was ready, by the way, to become president in 2002. Mzee Moi allowed me and Uhuru to go to Kasarani. Remember when the late Joseph Kamodo used to say Kasarani ni kichinjio? All right?
Yeah.
Had we gone there, I think one of the things that would have happened, maybe I would have defeated my friend Uhuru. But that was not to happen.
Why do
All that story is told there on October 10, how in 2002, how we met Mzee Moi in State House. And we in the company, on the one side, Uhuru Kenyatta, the late Toto Man was there, the late Senator Yusuf Haji. Those were Uhuru's strongmen. And I was there with the late George Saitoti, Mudi Awori, and Raila Odinga, the Rainbow Team, remember?
Yeah.
That was in 2002. So all these things are documented, and I think it is good for Kenyans to know the history. Yeah.
We are coming to the conclusion. I just want to ask that final question. You're saying basically, fool me once, but not again. You've been fooled many times.
Indeed.
And you feel that this time you are not going to be fooled again. What safeguards are these that you've put to make sure that you don't get fooled again?
Early agreements, so that we know, settle the politics of this country, so that those in authority know what they are up against. And we also say that those in authority, those who wield the instruments of power, should not, for God's sake, say that this upanga is not for kukata sukuma wiki. Oh, that is terrible, coming for a leader. All right? Those fears, because in opposition, begin to say these fellows are going to plot against you and do harm to you. We are past the era of political assassinations. If you dare, if you want me to repeat, under Constitution 2010, the freedom of expression, the freedom of assembly, the freedom to talk, the freedom to disagree are all enshrined in our supreme document, the Constitution. Therefore, this country should be able to act freely. Those who cannot take criticism should not personalize issues. And they know there's a role, and that is my fear, because we are seeing some tendencies that want to drive us backwards. So that if you're meeting like the other day, my brother Baba had his birthday. And how do you allow the police to go and actually commit a thing which has taken them, I think, to the Guinness Book of Records? Tear gassing a cake, a birthday cake. I want anybody to tell me where in the world that has happened. And if that is not retrogression, what is it?
Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, leader, Wiper Democratic Movement Party. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Asante sana for joining us in the hot seat. Thank you for